Hello, everybody, and welcome to Low Ink Day 2. I'm Devi, joined here by Nox, and we're here to bring you the second half that'll build up to the finale of Low Ink March 2025. How you doing, Nox?
Hanging in there. Glad to have an excuse to take a break from working on my masters. And how are you hanging in?
I've been back and forth from my place to going to go look after dogs elsewhere that I get to get into a habit with for an entire week. So nice. I've been running around making sure I'm either at my setup doing something Splatoon related or somewhere else doing something not Splatoon related. Anyway, our first match here for Alpha Bracket, we've got Blitz Wave versus Rabbit Switch. We took a quick look into these couple teams. So Blitz Wave looks like we've got a few members from that team plus a couple extras, and Rabbit Switch is a combination of Rabbit Hole plus Krill Switch, hence the name.
It's a pretty good name. For a pickup, it's a solid name.
Yeah, I mean, hey, what else are you gonna get? Like, comboing the two names, it works, right? Then you know that, hey, we are here. We are still representing our groups.
Which is always a lovely surprise to get to have. We're not entirely sure what we're going to see coming out here. We have a couple predictions based off of what they've put on Sendo, but also those are never guaranteed to be accurate. And we are going to be getting into it here on Zone's Hagglefish Market, and looking like some pretty typical comps other than that E-Leader coming out.
Yeah, this map is definitely meant for your midliners and ranged weapons here, so this is one of the maps where E-Leaders will show off, especially alongside that pencil, looking to have a potential fight with it, but even though I say that, they're usually the last ones that meet each other in a fight. Then when you combo in between here, we've got the Vanilla Dualies from one side here from Rabbit Switch, and then you got the Slosher, the Splash Neo. There's a lot of control here with the help of the Crab, but it looks like the pencil does go down. Zuka coming out as well from the side of Blitz Wave, and it looks like they're currently holding control, and they're definitely putting Rabbit Switch into a position where they're getting one member down and then getting another. They're putting them into a disadvantage, so yeah, Blitz Wave is definitely capitalizing on that right now.
Yeah, Blitz Wave doing an excellent job setting up this hold. They still have a Reef Slider at the ready to keep it going. Gotta have a Tacticaler up against Zoom too, which is absolutely huge. And that's a 3-down situation for Rabbit Switch. Blitz Wave just really dominating this first game so far. Obviously, it's nowhere near said and done, but this is definitely a map that you can feel pretty confident getting this kind of push in on.
Yeah, really early in the game, and of course they are nearing knockout, and of course the only thing that Rabbit Switch has to go back in with strikes, but it does get taken down with the Cooler left and Azuka out as well. 2 members go down. It's just going to be taken right down there.
That's a 100-0 hold from Blitz Wave. Just a really impressive setup. They got the picks they needed. They used their specials at really smart and opportune times, and they didn't overextend. It's really tempting to push up onto the plat on Hagglefish, and they did a great job of not doing that. They didn't overextend. They kept their players alive, and they played around their range and specials absolutely incredibly.
I kind of missed a bit of the first part, but something towards the end there when I was noticing, okay, who's got what online? How are they going to get back in? What's going to happen when they attempt to come back in? The only special that Rabbit Switch had online was strikes, but Blitz Wave found this person, so they canceled them. So the only thing that they had to work with was a Cooler. So there was no other kind of really displacement or whatnot. They just had to go on full force while being coolered. And of course the other one had, I think their Zuka was ready and one other one to counter it from Blitz Wave. So you could see that there was one that got picked off right away, and the second one, I believe the Zuka got a pick and just was able to counter it really well. Counter plays are something that are really key that a lot of people tend to overlook in these kinds of games, I find, at this level. Yeah. So seeing it happen is something I really like to pay attention to, and I'm like, all right, how are they going to counter this? How's this going to change the game? What's going to happen?
Yeah, it is always really interesting to see how well teams can be ready to counterplay, especially seeing a more commonplace comp like what Rabbit Switch had. I imagine Blitz Wave is very used to playing against a comp like that and knows exactly what they want to tackle against it and had an idea of how they wanted to approach it. Whereas people are less familiar for what to do against an E-Leader than a pencil at this point, I'd say. It's at this point in the day.
That are there, it's like, all right, let's just make note that they're here. Don't get picked up by it. They're just kind of the extra, but sometimes they'll really make their name shown, so you don't want to fully ignore it. You kind of want to figure out how they're working with the group before you figure out if they're going to be a main target so the team can work through, or if they're going to be the last thing, because sometimes it's your whole frontline wall, or that's going to be the main concern.
And we have the counterpick coming in here with Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. Definitely a good map to counterpick to against an E-Leader. I'll give them that.
It is.
Leader doesn't love this map.
They could also switch that too.
They could.
Because I noticed that there was a few others from the backliner on, I believe that was Blitzwave's backliner that had the E-Leader. But there are good, strong E-Leaders that definitely know how they want to maintain this map, the angles that they want, and just hold mid while the team is pushing the Rainmaker through the side. And it's just like, this is your long-range sniper from here. And as you're trying to push, the E-Leader can just reach that. So the question is it going to stay here and kind of block that plot area or whatnot? But I do think this is a pretty decent pick for Rabbit Switch, because it looks like they really want to move quickly. And this is the map mode to do it.
It absolutely is. It's a personal favorite of mine in general. I just like this map on every mode but Clam Blitz. One of my many controversial map takes.
I can see that. I can see that. Yep.
Add it to the list of Nox's problematic map takes. I'm not. It's good that I don't make the map lists for tournaments. People would stop playing them.
But it makes it fun.
I agree. But we are getting into the game here. Let's see if any changes are made. We are going to see the Kraken E-Leader as the switch over here. And we're seeing a Sploosh and Heavy Edit come out. Love to see it. That should be a really fast-paced comp. They're going to probably go for Pop here. And that'll be very exciting. E-Leader should be able to get pushed easily out of position by that Slosher too, is a thing to keep in mind.
It should be, yeah, and of course as Pop goes down, gets exploded, so does the Sploosh. The Sploosh and the Bucket are already down on the side of Rabbit Switch, and Blitzwave already just cruising on through. They're, in their name, they're just making a wave. And just already getting the first checkpoint, and I lied.
Not quite.
They didn't quite get first checkpoint. They are very close to, as they still have two members there, and it looks like the Bucket wants to try to come around, get this leader down. There's the checkpoint. They do finally get the E-Leader. They're trying to make a play there, but the Refighter comes out, reading the push in, and is going to take down the other Bucket, but of course the Dread does go down at the same time. However, that first checkpoint is broken, so the next big push that Blitzwave have, they can just cruise if they're able to keep the members of Rabbit Switch down.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty possible to hold that elbow even without the checkpoint. They don't have the best specials ever for it, but it's definitely very feasible to do. One down on each side. Rabbit Switch looking to start making a push there, but no, shut down. And it seems like Rabbit Switch is just having a really hard time figuring out when it's a safe time for them to really take objective.
Right now, they do have two down already. That Stamp's going around, just barely missing the one on the side there of the hill, but it looks like they went down anyway, and still two down from the side of Blitzwave, and it looks like Rabbit Switch is able to get the first checkpoint here, but the Reslider's going to come out and take out Jazz here. Ooh. Just going to take that out and just explode the Rainmaker at the same time, make sure that that whole area is taken. Meanwhile, we've got members up in behind there. I don't know if you saw that, but there was a member of Rabbit Switch behind.
Oh,
and gets through with the
hammer.
I was like, wait, this is not Rabbit Switch's spawn. The Sploosh was on the complete other side, got a hammer, and just yeeted it and got two from behind.
Truly just a classic Sploosh moment here. They do seem to really know how to play fast-paced. They really want to take advantage of that here. Gonna try and get lead, barely getting it. Not enough of a lead to really even call it a lead, but if neither team ever gets another push again, you know, that could win in theory.
Both teams right now are basically at even playing ground when it comes to score, even though one is slightly in the lead. That's not a big enough lead for this map, because one wipe or 3-down situation and the whole game changes. That's how quick this map mode is. And of course, now we see Blitzwave. They're taking a little bit of patience here that there is a cooler online for Rabbit Switch. They did have the advantage, but of course, the Sploosh comes in from behind again. The Sploosh is just getting around on the back corner. This Dread here looking to try to just clear the space. Could possibly get caught out in the corner here. Of course it does, with the wall and the Edit making use of that wall. E-Leader is trying to take use of this corner here, and just the Edit is just surveying. There's two members down now on the side of Blitzwave. It looks like they're going to try and go the other way. The Zap is just painting up, trying to block the way, but the Sploosh is going to try to go forward. Does get picked off. They do go a little bit too far forward as the rest of the members of Blitzwave are back. Strikes are going to try and lead a path here, but that Kraken's out. Good timing for that Kraken to make sure that the Strikes cannot allow that Rainmaker to go straight through.
Yeah, really great use of Kraken there. Slowed down Rabbit Switch quite a bit. doesn't allow for a lead switch. There is a sploosh with a hammer coming in yet again. Oh, wow. Okay. Sploosh moment, really, quite frankly. That's a lot more points going towards Rabbit Switch. Definitely not an unstoppable push with 1.5 minutes left. The edit's going to try and hold that. We're going to go just a little too far in front of that wall and get taken out. And we see the 52 gal in mid here does get picked off. So it should be Blitzwave's turn to try and reclaim mid and start trying to make some progress again.
It looks like they were already preparing for it, as most of them were already in mid, making sure that they had that control, and now again they're going to play patient here, just look for the members that stand out on the side of Rabbit Switch. They already found that sploosh. That's what they were looking for first, and they did find it, so that's really good. Now they're slowly taking control of this corner. They know that this bucket was here, the bucket trying to go in and get that quick pick, but does get picked off in return. Sploosh was nearby, gets picked off, the whales are down, that's 3 down scenario, it's just the edit. They are able to stop it at that point, but not before lead is retaken. We've got 40 seconds left in this game, and Blitzwave just slowly behind here. It looks like one did go down to pop, the other one is trying to fight in the corner just to maintain space, and that stamp is online.
That stamp has been putting in work this game. Definitely not a terrible situation to be in for Rabbit Switch. The stamp has come out, finds something. Meat Boy looking to try and move forward here, trying to create a path for their teammates. E-Leader's taken out, that's huge, but there is that Reef Slider online that can rapidly stop this push along with that Trizuka. Gonna be trying to puff this Reef Slider here soon, I'm sure. Gonna try and cut off this path. Rainmaker's having to back up through mid, never what you want to see, and that's going to be game. Going to Blitzwave.
That actually going, again, it was neutral for almost the entire game until we had that 3 down scenario once again, and Blitzwave just able to get on through the edit, not quite able to cancel it on time, which was unfortunate, but the way that game was around, the swap in with the sploosh, Rabbit Switch specifically subbed in this sploosh here for this map mode, for this counter, so this is what they wanted, and they did a really good job with it. The sploosh got away with a lot of things that normally one shouldn't be able to get away with. So they put their stealth stat really to
Absolutely
there.
Really raised their dex stat to use those stealth rolls.
I'm gonna be honest, I was surprised that one worked, because when we went back to the up overhead of the map, I'm like, wait, whose spawn is this?
So something I do genuinely think has happened, interestingly, with Splatoon 3, is that I think people check map less often in this game than they did in the previous ones. I think it's easier to get away with flanks like that than it used to be, which is interesting. I don't think that's the case at all levels, but I think especially there's just a less of a... It doesn't feel as needed a lot of the time. There's less of that thought process. There's less of, oh, check my map, see where there's ink from the other team to assess where they could be. And I think it's, the sploosh just had a little bit of a lesson in that of, if you open the map, you can get so much information just from looking at where ink has moved.
Yeah, and I mean, for the big plays from Rabbit Switch there, that's what started it. The sploosh able to get behind and get those hammer picks from the throw, or even just outright running in from behind. But yeah, the sploosh was just way up in front there, just causing a nuisance. And then once they were like, oh wait, okay, we have some, we're needed back over here. They literally still survived, got the hammer and threw it from checkpoint 1 on Blitzwave's side, and got 2 from middle. And I was like, this is huge, because now also the sploosh has control here.
Yeah, it also really highlights that hammer buff, because they were getting a lot of thrown picks, which is awesome to see, because definitely didn't do that last patch.
It kind of makes a new way to play hammer here, because a lot of people, even just playing against people who kept bringing hammer out just anywhere, is now finding the balance of, when it's okay to run and when you should probably throw it, because when you're running with the hammer, you're still more likely to get canceled, especially depending on the way you're going. But then when you find that right time to throw it and make sure that you have that guarantee from that explosion, it's just...
You can get so much value.
For the people who I've run against who are really good at finding this balance, I'm like, oh man, this is Zuka 2.0 sometimes.
Well, luckily there's just one of it. Is the advantage there.
Depends on who you're up against.
That's fair. But yeah, it's definitely nice to see Hammer be more consistent than it was. Really great to see those changes being made. All good? Uh,
Are we okay?
okay. Yeah, so Hammer, definitely way better than it was. Great to see that. Always exciting to see that. I love seeing changes to the game be beneficial overall. And it seems like this last patch has done a lot of good so far.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. And now I'm just looking at the bracket here to see what we have going on here. We see that Blitzwave is moving on to face Poor Judgment. And it looks like we got Splatoon 4, and then in brackets, I can't read the rest of it, so we'll just go from there. It looks like there's a 1-1 going on between Popgun Fan Club and Roulette. And then, of course, the more familiar names, the idiots in chat are 1-1 against Delicious.
So true.
I can't read the rest of it.
Yeah,
but
that's
we've got 3 quarterfinals matches that are waiting for their opponents because of these 1-1 scenarios, but that's always a good thing to see, especially in the start here. So who's it gonna be?
It's always nice to get to see those opportunities for teams to have these close games. It shows that we'll have a very exciting day 2 of Low Ink if that continues to be the case. Always nice to see back and forth. Always great to have the potential to see a bracket reset later on. Always after seeing as many games as we possibly can. I know, especially when I'm a spectator, that's what I want to see.
I'm not too sure how long that we're going to have with these matches, so it probably would be wise to probably just take a short break and come back when this next match is ready, so don't go anywhere, guys. We are back, gamers, with Low Ink Day 2, and we're heading into Round 2 of Low Ink, where we have Splatoon 4, We Win, versus Roulette. I am Devi, joined by Nox still, and needless to say, we were gambling with who this match was going to be, weren't we?
We sure were. I would say, should we put our money on red or black? But those colors aren't really relevant here.
No, it's gonna be whatever other two colors are gonna appear on the screen. But this was like, you can see what the predictions are with the seedings throughout the bracket of Alpha Bracket, and Roulette was able to take Game 3 on the Popgun team. on Popgun Fan Club, I believe.
Yes.
And we're seeing Roulette instead. So they're here. It was just like, it was a gamble. Who's gonna take it? And Roulette had won their gamble.
See, we don't have any... I mean, so what I'm curious about here is, will they have at least 196 or 52 gal? Because those are the gambling weapons.
Yes.
It's important.
Until you know how to, its little tricks, and then, it's...
Even then, it can still decide it just doesn't like you, though. It can still just decide it's not in the mood. And we're going to the map I wish we could take a break from for a couple months. Splat Zone's Macro Mart.
It's never gonna happen. It's that and the same with Tower Inkblot. They're just always going to exist.
And I will continue to petition that we should take a break from them for 2 months, so I personally don't have to see them.
At least we still get a whack ton of action from it.
That's true. That's
really defines the two teams that we're going to see right now. And of course, we're going to have the Nautilus on the field. And here we go. I was hoping we'd see a Brella, and we're going to see the recycled Brella, the one that has splashed down. That one is going to be nice and controlling when it gets towards the zone here.
Yeah. Lots of QR on the side of Splatoon 4 We Win also. Would just want to point out, great team names on both sides here. If you're going to have Splatoon 4 We Win, if you're going to have a pickup, that's the vibe for naming.
There you go.
And Roulette, I think, is an actual team, from what it looked like on their Sendo profile. And they had an icon, which is usually a good sign. But Splatoon 4, looking to try and regain control here as Roulette took it early. Managing to find it, but there are strikes online for Roulette and 4 players up, so they're going to be looking to move forward pretty quickly here.
Roulette had a really nice counter there. Like, if they were going to lose the zone, they still had stuff to take it back. They had the strikes, they had other specials online. So even though they lost it, they were going to get it back pretty quickly here. But now this is the point where Splatoon 4 was able to recap the zone, push them back a little bit. But again, those strikes are continuously to come back. So this Splash user is getting their strikes really well, and of course just continuously minding the zone, getting their strikes there, and making sure that Splatoon 4 can't hold it for very long. And of course we gotta note Woke on the Nautilus here, just being kind of in the middle, making sure no one's in wide open area to get picked off by this Nautilus, so it can be very good in the middle there with the Pencil oversighting it as well.
Absolutely. Pencil should actually get quite a bit of work to put in here along with Nautilus, thanks to the range advantage Roulette has. They haven't been able to take full advantage of it quite yet, but if they manage to get a good setup on the zone, they will be able to just kind of hold it down. But with that being said, Splatoon 4 we win, doing an excellent job of using their specials, using that Brella to just kind of brute force space. But Roulette seeming to find a counter to that with their specials at the moment.
With Brellas is they like to go in and be like that person that goes and waves their hands like, hey look, I'm here, you can look at me, you can take a fight with me. And they're going to end up baiting so many fights for their teammates that it can end up in a huge advantage for their team, and that's what the Brellas want. So the thing is Roulette going to take that bait, or is it just going to be like, okay, it's here, we're just going to poke it out, and if we have an extra member, we can just tag team it. Really nice roll bomb there on the ramp. It is the best spot for splat bombs that just kind of roll into the way, but of course, we see the fight going down up on top there. Brella taking control along with the sword, and it looks like the zone's still kind of going back and forth, but the main fight is on these stacks right now as the zone continues to go back and forth.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the best maps for rolling splat bombs on. Pretty sure it's the one where I've seen the most quads with bombs throughout any of the games. But Roulette managing to find a hold for now, clinging onto it just barely. Brella really trying to interfere, but not going to be able to. Just 2 players up for Splatoon 4 we win. This could easily be a lead switch for Roulette. Not really gambling with any of the weapons they have.
Oh, not much, and of course really close to the lead. 1 point there, and it looks like more of the members of Roulette are there, but they just have to be able to try to paint the zone around. But the Decav and this Brella are trying to put some extra paint down. Lead is swapped here. The bubble goes down. Of course, strikes are going to be online there. And honestly, I briefly forgot that there's actually double strikes on the side of Roulette.
Yes.
So they're always going to have a strike ready for a pushback, but it looks like Petra on this Decav here is going to try to get that pick. But of course the Slash is not coming out quick enough and is not able to get the pick that they want. They do go down. Looks like the one on top gets closed out upon as well. But something to note here is Splatoon 4 we win is just up in their base while they're keeping the members of Roulette back, and they just take the lead here. But of course now as they go down, the sword here is going to try and just recap the zone here. But a really nice stall out tactic just to be able to get those points and that extra lead back while taking down the members of Roulette in their own base. But there isn't much before the penalty's over again, but specials are out back and forth here that are able to keep Splatoon 4 in control right now.
Yeah, definitely. Splatoon 4 is doing an excellent job at timing their specials, keeping one member up consistently, able to move forward, able to pester, able to poke and annoy. That's the advantage of that kind of midline tactical or comp. It allows you to play super fast, super aggressive, as long as your Zap is managing to stay alive. And the Zap can be so much more mobile than a Pencil can be. Obviously, Pencil provides a lot more safety a lot of the time, and could provide the setup here for Roulette to take a huge advantage of this 3 down and potentially win the game. Cherry on the Sprella here, looking to probably set up and keep and just try and keep this stack for their team. Able to so far. Splashdown didn't get canceled, so they're just still alive over here, pestering Roulette, eating away at their timer and distracting them from the zone.
That was a really tight fight. The Brella doing a really good job managing with shield without, and of course using that block to their advantage is just extra cover. So I don't have the shield, but I have a good friend that's a block right here that can also protect me from going down. Just there's such a brawl right now. We're in overtime as the zone is neutral. There's so much paint going down back and forth. Pencil just trying to shoot over this Decab, putting down a lot of paint. This Brella also around, and the zone never even changed.
Yeah.
This was neutral the entire time.
Yeah, really impressive there from Splatoon 4. We win. Great awareness of we just need to paint the zone. We don't need to engage. We just need to paint the zone. And taking advantage of the fact that Brella and Decaf put out more paint than, quite frankly, anyone would expect.
They had a splash and a pencil over painting the zone on the other side, and the undercover and the Decaf was able to just keep it neutral. Talk about that one.
Well, and I think part of that is just having an awareness of how to paint the zone, because especially on Mako zones, there is an art to painting it. You definitely want to be able to focus on making sure you cover the edges really well, make sure you're covering each of the 4 wings, and I don't think Pencil and Splash struggle with that by any means. But if you're not purposefully keeping that in mind, you're not going to cap it.
I like to tell people is, hey, if they're giving you paint, consider it a gift, especially when you're a weapon that really likes to utilize its special, right? If they're going to paint, you're just going to follow their paint pattern and paint over it. And that way you're going to end up having the advantage and you're going to get your special around the same time as they do or quicker, depending on which weapon you are playing and counter painting with. And it's just a game of, hey, I'm giving you a present. Hey, here's yours back, but who's going to get it first? And then who's going to get the true present delivered to them?
Absolutely. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of counter pick Roulette comes out with here. Definitely hard to predict what they'll want to go to after Zones Mako, because it is just standard Splatoon map. Generic Splatoon map, even. So I'm intrigued to see what mode they'll go to and what map. Do you have any predictions?
Yeah, I was going to say Rainmaker. Considering the comps that Splatoon 4 had, I think Roulette just wants to push them through and just literally just run them down. Especially considering that they have that Brella on hand, but the Brella can switch to something else as well. So I want to say Rainmaker. Tower could also be another thing, possibly. Yeah, okay, there. PC there. I was like, Tower could be another one also to possibly stop the Brella, but again, the Brella can change. But here, there's definitely a tactic to this, and they also have a lot of midline.
Yeah, I think
that's another thing to note as well. And this map is very open, so it can really control most of the areas of ship shape, except those bottom pit corners, where a lot of the brawls like to happen.
But you can avoid fighting in the pits pretty often. It's not always needed to go down there and pick that fight.
You don't need to, but it's a nice distraction.
It's a nice option.
I guess is the best way to put it.
Yes. Definitely a good midline focused map. Should allow for players to really take advantage of the range of their weapons, especially that Nautilus. I could see the Nautilus really kind of having a great time here. I'm very intrigued to see how they choose to approach pushing here. Definitely a map that can be very snowbally, or it won't move at all. One or the other. There's no really middle ground on ship shape in my experience.
I'm curious to know how these teams start, because there is a neutral start, there's a burst start on this map, depending on how you play it, how you tackle it, and how quick you approach it. And I'm curious to know if Roulette is going to take that burst start on the left side, because they have the range capable to do it.
Yeah. They're not running anything with a wall, though, which might make them a little more hesitant, and they're not running a ton of bombs, which also makes that... No, they were running a ton of bombs. I take that back.
A decent number.
Yeah, they were running enough that they can add enough support from a distance from the weapons that don't necessarily want to be there. So there's definitely an opportunity for them to take that side and really try and get a fast opening push. And let's see if there are any comp changes coming out here. Doesn't look like it.
The splash changed over to vanilla rather than Neo for this one, and that's probably the main change out of this one. Meanwhile, it looks like they're relatively similar, so that Crab's going to take post, and again add more potential range that Roulette has to work with. But it gets picked off first from that top corner. Looks like nobody decided to take a burst on this, and they both played neutral. And in that state, it looks like Splatoon 4 got the overall advantage, picked one off, and then they just went down on, like, dominoes.
Yeah.
Just one at a time. And now it's Splatoon 4 that has a whole ton of control with the pencil on tower. They have the strikes to secure checkpoint 1, and they're already going to checkpoint 2, and there's still members going down in the base of Roulette.
Really great awareness here from Splatoon 4 to really get this forward momentum going. Now choosing to back off for a second to regain composure and control, taking advantage of this bubble to really get to this next checkpoint. If they get through this, it should be a very good position for them. That's a really solid push. Tri-strikes at the ready. They still have the tower. 3 members still up. They're going far. This is probably going to be the KO. There it is. Splatoon 4, we win. Sure is winning.
The counter pick. I have questions now.
I mean, it could have worked.
It's interesting because the way that it looked, like if you put everything out on paper and just put, okay, what map modes would work for these comps, this would be one of them. Mm-hmm. But Splatoon 4 was just fully prepared for it. So they could have also had this as one of their possible strongest map modes too. And by them playing it here, it showed it. They just outright took it home.
They did. They absolutely did. No hesitation on their end. Just absolute relentless forward momentum, which is always impressive to see. That's the second 100-0 we've seen today already, actually. Mm-hmm. Not something we usually see this many of. But Splatoon 4 we win when, yeah, you're right. We don't need to play another full game. We're just gonna win this one. We know this map. We know how to play this map, and you didn't take the aggressive opening. So...
Yeah, part of that's like, okay, I can't remember if it was, what side it was on, but that one push on the first game where it was just one team was locked back in their base while the other one was just getting points. I think that was Splatoon 4 we win that was doing
it. Was, yes.
Yeah, and I think they realized that this is what they needed to do to stop Roulette. So they just put that into action for this entire game. I think just from that moment alone, it's like, hey, wait, remember when we did this? This works. We can do this here. And holy smokes, it did. Like I said, they got the V-Splash immediately, not wanting the crab, and then, like I said, it went down by, like, dominoes, and just one after one after one, and then they were just stuck the entire time.
It was very impressive to see. Always lovely to see a team just play to their absolute best. Not something we always get to see. So I'm very interested in seeing how they do for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, we'll definitely see, but of course Roulette is going to be knocked down. It looks like the Roulette's going to be going up against Rabbit Switch in the losers bracket right now. And we also see poor Judgement down on the bottom as they lost to Blitzwave. Blitzwave taking them down, or winning 2-0 there, so Blitzwave is going to go against Splatoon 4. We win. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the matches between Idiots in Chat and Dever Meta, and then Freedom Dive and Payback are also in the middle of games right now.
Always interesting to see how these low ink days develop and play out. All of these teams really generally changing, even if they are set teams, changing in skill quite a bit month to month, constantly growing and evolving. It's one of the fun things about low-level tournaments and low-level teams, is that they are constantly changing and evolving and improving. Because there is just so much to learn at these levels that you can absorb it so quickly.
Oh, and take a look at beta bracket. Looks like in the first round there were 5 sets that went
to
3. And meanwhile, in quarterfinals, we have 2 other sets on the bottom there that are waiting for just who's going to go in the next one. Both of those sets are in game 3 right now. Beta bracket's going off.
It absolutely is. Definitely less ink-named teams than there used to be, which is nice to see. It's not every other team these days.
We were talking about your ink guy days back in the time, and I'm like, alright, so here's one ink name, here's another ink name, and another ink name, and I'm like, you guys are going to confuse me.
It's definitely easier to commentate it than it used to be. Because it's like, oh, one ink name. I can deal with 1 or 2 ink names. All of you? You can't all do it. And looking at Gamma Bracket here for a second, some close sets definitely seeing more 0-2s and 2-0s coming out here. But still very exciting for these teams. Always great to just get that more playtime in. I think that's one of my favorite things about tournaments like Low Ink and Little Squid League, is just that you get all of this playtime. You get so many opportunities to just get more practice and get more games, because tournament gameplay is so different than scrims or sendo queue or solo queue.
Even depending on the brackets they're at, like some teams will go down into the brackets and be like, this isn't what we wanted, and then they just lose all hope. But you want to just, even if no matter where you end up in, you still want to bring your full power and take it home, because either you're going to be the ones learning off of, or you're going to learn off of your opponents.
Exactly.
Because everyone has a different tactic to this game, different strategies. If you pick up on them, you never know, you might be able to use some of them yourself for your own team, whether even if you win against them or lose against them. You can always learn something from another team in most cases. Sometimes it isn't, but in most cases you can, because everyone brings kind of a different tactic to this game, and it's so interesting to learn from them and be like, okay, how can the comp that we're working with be able to adapt to this? There's like so many different scenarios that you always want to build your comp off of and make sure it's prepared for any kind of scenarios, because one of them could be one that you're really good against, one of them could be your weakest. How can you just make them all something you're strong against? And what can you do to change it up a little bit, or just throw in like, hey, okay, you think we do this? Guess again. Look what we brought. Here's the surprise card.
Yeah, and then there's also that element of just getting the chance to learn how to synergize better with your teammates, being able to figure out how to take those extra moments, extra seconds that there are in games and fully utilize them, knowing exactly when to push up. That's such a key point of just absolutely being able to utilize every second of forward momentum you can gather, in comparison to also, I'd say the hardest skill in Splatoon, learning when to back up. When do you go, oh, this is actually not good anymore. If we back up for a sec, regroup, get our stuff together, then we can easily just wipe out the rest of this game.
Can also go vice versa. I think this just goes for me for when I coach other backlines. It's just like, it's the opposite of, wait, when's the moment you can move up? When do you not have to play this far back? Because some teams end up playing too far back, and I've been mentioning this quite there. Most of the specials in Splatoon 3 target further back. So the further back you play, you're going to get picked off and you're going to lose everything. And I always tell people, don't let them have free real estate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about finding that balance of when you can move in either direction. And it's not an easy thing to find. It definitely takes practice and effort. And a lot of these teams are just now, I'd say a lot of mid-level teams still struggle with that too. It's a really hard skill to learn. But I'd say when you're looking at alpha bracket of low ink, that's when teams are really starting to get the idea of, here's when we can move back, here's when we can move forward. And they might not always do it as quickly as like a mid-level or top-level team would, but they're getting there.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned counterplays earlier, because that's the main thing you always have to look at, and something to know is like when you want to move up, when you want to move back. It's also looking at what resources the other team has online. That is a very clear indicator of when you can do this and when you need to be more cautious about it, or how you're going to counter the counter, you know?
It's always so important to be able to find that balance and find the counter to their counter. Yep. I don't know. It feels like something that would happen in an anime, of like one of those card battling animes where you're like, and here's my counter to your card, and here's my card that counters your card. And obviously it's not quite that simple in Splatoon.
But here's my
supposed
final counter. Wait, but guess again, here's my ultimate trap card!
Exactly. Obviously a little more complicated than that in a team-based game, where there's many rapid decisions being made at all times. And why it can be so important to have a shot caller. Not every team needs one, but they definitely can make a huge difference.
They really can. Just kind of one that can see the most, or just, like, if you have a strategy plan there, just to remind everyone what the game plan is, even though it seems like it's known, it's just be like, okay, don't stray off from the path. We have this set. This is what we practice. This is what we want to do. Let's make sure we're all on the same page.
Sometimes you have to throw the plan in the garbage.
Oh, yeah, no. Sometimes there's just in the last 10 seconds, like, okay, we can't do this. We got to do this if we want to take advantage of it, because this is what they're doing and this is what we have to do.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that going on all the time. Just a lot of... And sometimes it's not even at the end of the game in the last 10 seconds. Sometimes you realize, oh, our plan doesn't work into what they're doing. Maybe they're playing their comp weirdly. Maybe they're just playing at a very different pace than you're used to people playing at. And you have to go, okay, how do we adjust to this in the moment? Splatoon is all about adjusting, reevaluating, and creating new situations that you can have an advantage in.
But while we wait up for this last match to finish off, we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back. We are back, everybody, with day 2 of Low Rank Alpha Bracket. I am Devi, once again joined by Nox, and we are here to see PayBack versus the idiots in chat.
Now, will PayBack successfully get their payback on the idiots in chat?
I wonder. That is the all-out question here.
Those are the important questions in life. But very exciting to see. Always interesting. And we're going to start off here on Splatzone's ship-shape cargo. Not usually your tongue twister to me, but apparently it is today.
So I'll just say ship or ship shape, and we'll be like, all right, we're good. But some people need to know what this whole map is. It's a ship that's shaped carrying cargo. But we're going to play Splatzones on it. Oh, yeah, okay. But anyway, yeah, Splatzones on ship shape. We saw tower control on this not too long ago, but now we're seeing Splatzones, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this one.
That's fair.
This is just a me take on it, but there's a lot of moments where as soon as one can get control, it can be basically done and over, or it's just the rest it can be very back and forth. There's a lot of battling underneath, but also a lot of top bridge control.
I think it's actually a pretty fun one to play, but I can totally understand your perspective. I really like the dimensionality of the play on it. I think this also varies a lot, like, between commentating and playing a little bit.
Yes.
As somebody who has not been playing as much as I would like lately. I think it's a very cool map to watch and to commentate. I get that it's not going to be everyone's favorite to play.
But
watching,
yeah. I can
it's super interesting. It's super dynamic. It can result in really unique pushes with really unique strategies. And I think, especially when you're watching top level play, it's a very unique map to watch.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's very unique to watch, and then playing it, of course, that's where the struggle is, and that's where we get to see all of this uniqueness.
Exactly.
From there. So that's where the whole back and forth is. It's just like, I'm one of the people who are like, alright, this is the map mode. I'm gonna stick with the plan and just get it out of the way. And then out of that, it's just, you get, from spectator perspective, it's just like, oh wow, they're doing this, they're doing that. It's crazy how they're pulling this off. Look at this counterplay. And it's like, whoa. And meanwhile, it's just like, okay, finally, it's over.
Exactly. I think it's just super neat to see the flanks that can happen, to see the mobility, to see how people play around the high ledges in comparison to the drop to low zone. It just feels like an inverse of a lot of the usual situations, which is very fun to me. We do see a Sploosh and Dapples coming out on the same team. Interesting. Yes. Not something I expect. That's an all-swim speed Sploosh. We will see them all over the entire map. Crab coming out from both teams here. It is an incredible Crab map. I imagine the Zipcaster will be putting in quite a lot of work because of the heavy edit.
Yeah.
Definitely should be a fun set.
I was looking into PayBack's comp, and they have a lot of rushdown weapon, and we see it right off right off the bat here. The Sploosh already going in, helping to get a couple picks, and they're just going to go on forward. So PayBack really not wanting really not wanting the idiots in chat to have any control whatsoever. They're going to be up in their faces and just keep that control with the threat of the blue Dapples and the Sploosh.
And they have Trip Strikes at the ready. They have Reef Slider at the ready. PayBack is ready to get this hold, but idiots in chat coming in with their own Trip Strikes. Just Trip Strikes back and forth on the zone here. Hammer coming out, getting 3. Not something we see very often. Pencil managing to take them out before they themselves get taken out. And Tactical are coming out seemingly just to get themselves that QR if they need it.
Well, that was the best sheep herding tactic I've seen, because you could see that PayBack actually pushed the 3 members of Idiots in Chat into a corner, and then the Sploosh was right there being like, alright, it's hammer time.
But PayBack getting 100-0 here. Very impressive. Not always something
3 on our list.
Yeah, you know? Usually these days we don't have to take breaks between sets, but with how fast these ones have been going.
Oh my goodness.
These teams are just playing with so much dominance.
It's a lot of dominance, and of course you're seeing the team different playstyles where you have a team that definitely wants to do more rushdown to a team that's more, we're going to play it more neutral and get our resources and go, so they're playing a little slower. So right now the teams that will have the faster pace are the ones that are getting these crazy advantages, or the ones that realize, hey, we need to be faster paced against this other team to be able to have the control we want so they can't do anything.
Yeah,
so PayBack here, not even needing to give any payback. They just controlled it.
Yeah, well, maybe the payback's for something idiots in chat said in past. You know, they're being idiots in chat. You never know what they could have said. But definitely really impressive gameplay there. Seeing that, idiots in chat has not played badly in past tournaments. Though these could be different players, just with the same nomiker. Who knows? Splatoon players confuse me on a regular basis with their naming schemes.
What else is new?
I've commentated over them before. Do I remember if these are the same players? No. Do I trust that they are? No, I trust that two pickups could name themselves idiots in chat. Because there was one tournament where two teams named A, just singular, the letter A, lowercase, one got first and second in a tournament. I don't trust Splatoon players with anything. But we are now into best of 5, so idiots in chat definitely has a chance to turn this around and bring it back.
They definitely do, and it looks like that the map that they have chosen is Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime.
Interesting.
This one is interesting because I was like, okay, if they want to go something more their pace, I'd say maybe tower control, just to, because sometimes rushdown comps can outpace the tower. So that's something that some teams counterpick to do that. But Clam Blitz is definitely going to be an interesting one because PayBack can get a lot of control really quickly. And if it's lost, then it's going to be hard to still push them out. So this could have a similar zones effect from what we just watched, but it depends on how much clam economy they get at the same time and keeping that control. So maybe the extra pace will help out idiots in chat for this time here. But just as long as PayBack, like, if they overstep, like I said, and don't get their clam economy, if they get that control and just don't have that effective push, that's where idiots in chat can capitalize on it.
Yeah. And there's definitely an argument that there's a pace at which PayBack could play where they don't get enough clams to set up a sustainable push. We don't know how well they can truly, like, maintain a Clam Blitz push based off of a zones map. You don't need to go further up in zones. You don't need to worry about taking more space. You just need to hold the zone. And we saw them focus on that element of it very well. It doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be doing an excellent job at taking over the space they need to for Clam Blitz. Definitely a very different mode of play, and it'll be very interesting to see how they choose to tackle it. Although they do just have that comp that's going to sneak in power clams against idiots in chat's will.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, there's two ways that one can approach it. Is you get one big push and go down, or you just get little bursts and bursts and bursts, and eventually it all adds up in the end because the other team can't keep up. So they can go with two different ways of this, but it looks like that the brush is going to be making its appearance here versus that Dapples and Sploosh.
The brush was actually here last time. This is a different kit of the brush.
Okay, that's true. I was like, wait, I think the brush was there last time. Never mind. But yeah, we've got the beacons now, so the beacon's going to be one to set up for the other teammates to continue to hold that stop. Or hold that front as long as they can get there. Pencil looking to try to just maintain some space here, looking to where the other members are, and it looks like this push. One stabbing on the side. Hammer just missing the flick on the one in the corner. I wonder if they knew that the one was in the corner.
I don't think so.
But it looks like it does get taken down there, and we just got the first brawl of specials going out with 2 down on the side of idiots in chat, with only 1 for the side of PayBack, and that Crab's online as well, but there's a beacon back over there. I hope they manage to get the beacon. But if not, then they just kind of get to go back in and around and peek in from behind.
Yeah, definitely not the strongest push. I personally never like to see just a 1 power clam push, especially at the start of the game. I don't think it's ever very efficient or effective. You're kind of just setting up the other team to get a push of their own a little too easily, especially when they're going to have Cooler online somewhat quickly. Idiots in chat looking to get that Cooler online to move forward. Mario Judah coming out with this brush. Finding 2. Are they going to find more? Doesn't look like it. But really solid setup. Trying to go after Nico here now. Are they going to be able to find them? No. Nico jumps out in time. This is a solid setup for idiots in chat to get a push going, and they have a lot of clams to work with.
They do have a lot of clams to work with, so they have this clam economy compared to what PayBack had, and the brush is able to just get around, of course, with them pulling off that flank for the second time. I know the first one was just very, very barely missed. but that flank working out in the second time greatly, and the clam economy is huge for Idiots in Chat, so they do have this more control, and they are managing to catch out PayBack from their quick pace here.
62, definitely not a bad push. Definitely enough to feel comfortable with a little bit. Not one you want to hold for the whole game, but you have a decent lead. You have a whole power claim of lead. They need to get in 2 or 3 more to get lead. I know how to do math. It's 3 more to get lead, and now we're seeing PayBack looking to get that kind of push set up, finding one with the hammer, catching out the pencil, not quite able to take them with the hammer, and gets taken out in the process. That should be Idiots in Chat looking to reclaim mid here, as PayBack is going to get pushed back into their spawn.
So this is a really nice map choice as well from Idiots in Chat, so that they can use the range to the advantage and making sure that the quicker paced weapons have a hard time getting around so that they can catch out the flanks easier. And it's definitely working out for them, because they did catch the sploosh a couple times trying to flank, but of course, again, if they coordinate well enough and push back the Idiots in Chat, they can get control here. And here comes another potential little bursty push from PayBack as they get control on the side. They sneak in, they do get clams, they are taking lead here, aren't quite able to get that power clam in, but we can see that that's the shot, I believe, that is getting the picks off there. I couldn't tell what shooter it was. They are able to get that power clam in, just able to sneak in, and now that Zuka trying to go around, push out that one with the clam. Of course, them being marked helps the Zuka try to find them, isn't able to find the pick, but this is a lot of control here now for PayBack, and this is where their name comes in handy.
Yeah. Much better job here on this push from PayBack, doing a great job of making sure they had clam economy, making sure they had ways of continuing the push, and ensuring that they had enough people up to continuously kind of jump in and just feed into the push more, which with a comp like theirs you kind of need to do. They also are getting close to having some specials online, but the heavy edit gets taken out, and we're seeing PayBack looking to continue trying to move forward even without that crab tank being almost online.
PayBack there trying to make the clams and throw them back and trying to keep them alive, actually as their downfall, as they're trying to go back and save the clam and try to get away. The range of the bucket, able to catch that out, pick out that bucket so the clam does die. But that's kind of showing how quick PayBack is picking up clam economy as they're taking back control as well. So if they are able to win a team fight and go back in, they're able to pick up this clam economy. Well, huge! That was quite the view. Just get tossed a hammer in the face. Oh, my panic reflex is triggered there. Whoa!
Oh, Hammer. How you've been improved.
Zuka 2.0.
It is nice to see it being able to be used so much more effectively. They do have a Reef Slider still online. They're close to another Hammer, because Sploosh does just get specials at an unreal pace. Luckily, it doesn't have 15 missiles per game anymore. That was a bad timeline.
Oh, don't remind me.
But we're seeing Idiots in Chat look to set up a push here. The Brush able to find one, looking to find another here, doesn't quite manage to do it. Pencil having to back up, being last alive, 10 seconds left. They need to make sure they stay alive with this power clam. The Sploosh rushing them down. They do get taken out. I don't know how they managed to get a pushback in time with all 4 members of PayBack up. PayBack just needs to be sure to not overextend here, doing a great job of just holding mid, not going in too far. They don't need to really worry about scoring. They just need to tick down the clock.
That's pretty much it, but of course this Brush trying to get away with another flank here just misses the mark on that edit, and it looks like the hammer's going to go in, and of course another member sneaking in from behind, just ending the overtime right then and there as PayBack does score that clam, just making sure Idiots in Chat cannot move.
Still not game by Idiots and still not set for Idiots in Chat by any means. Don't know why that one was so hard for me. Good for me. But they're gonna get another chance at a counter pick, and they definitely did a great job with this counter pick. They played it much better than they played the first map. So I'm interested in seeing what they come out with here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the right idea, but of course what I was a little bit afraid of for this counter pick was just PayBack being able to go around, kind of get the economy and just constantly, keep pushes going and all that. And my only thing was, are they going to have the clam economy? But in the middle of that game, they proved that they can full out make 3 power clams, no problem, and just kind of throw them back. But what caught them out was them trying to save those power clams during that middle part there, which Idiots in Chat was able to just get just to capitalize on with their range. But then something there to note is that when Idiots in Chat were going down, where we saw that pencil just running for their dear life, the Sploosh just did not back down because they knew that the pencil wasn't going to be able to fight them off as quick if they didn't get their range advantage that they wanted, so that's why the Sploosh just rushed it down and made it kind of a delayed how it was, so Idiots in chat just kind of got stuck on the side, and then PayBack was just able to take full control. And like you were mentioning, all they had to do was just keep that mid control, make sure that they don't go in too far. You could see that that's what they were doing. They had the control that they wanted, they had the lead that they wanted, they got that big push off that they needed, and just had that extra control. But I think they had the right idea of map choice. With
yeah, absolutely.
That open map with more limited flank routes that can be easily seen.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to go Rainmaker Humpback here. That would be probably the worst choice they could make.
I feel like Hagglefish would be a map that they'd want.
Haggle could be good. I don't remember exactly what the map pool is right now. I'm out of memory. It matches Ludi's, but I also don't remember Ludi's. I want to say if there's some Scorch Gorge pick, that could be good for them, even if it is Rainmaker, because range does so well there.
That is true. It's just watching those grates, too. Because that one has two different routes, so you want to try to limit the flank routes, you want to limit what a Rushtown comp can do.
Yes.
And if they're working with more range, I would say Haggle, and I think I predicted it right. Hagglefish is good, the counter pick, but the mode I wasn't sure about, so Tower Control Hagglefish is going to be the map mode that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, it should be interesting. There aren't sloshers on either team, from what I'm remembering right now. Admittedly, I have the memory of a goldfish lately.
There was a slosher.
I'm losing it. Good for me. Definitely a good slosher map. I would like to see some sort of blaster come out here, quite frankly, but I don't think we will. I just think it's so useful for helping getting past that second checkpoint on far right, because that's often the one that you really get held up at for a long time and kind of can make or break the game.
That's true. What I want to know is if PayBack is still going to run this quick comp, because I mean it can be definitely effective when they have their full push around, and especially if Idiots in chat do not watch their flanks, because this map does allow them to watch their flanks. They have that pencil player that can really keep control of it, plus the extra bucket kind of follow-up. They should be able to see what's coming around on the sides. The question is how is the strategy going to work for PayBack? Are they going to divide and conquer, or are they going to kind of just move closer like an absolute rushing down wall onto you? These teams have different kind of tactics that they do that when they have weapons like a Dapples and a Sploosh trying to throw you off of your game. So I think the open map is going to, again, help Idiots in chat a lot, but the question is, how are they going to approach it? What do they actually need to watch out for? What can they pay lesser attention to for a certain amount of time? And how are they going to control those checkpoints? I think they do have the advantage in checkpoint control, that's for sure. But PayBack can still throw something out there that they're not ready for this map mode combo.
Absolutely. I think this is definitely a situation where we could see comp change up. I will say we might not need to too heavily with that heavy edit nouveau. Taking advantage of that crab really being able to play around that range quite heavily of the crab, just making them... I mean, it's a Splatling with extra range Splatling and an Explo. It's not bad. But we are going to be seeing a Slosher coming out on the side of Idiots in chat, a Splash coming out, so they'll have their own crab. And I like the switch to heavy edit here. I like the extra mobility it adds. I think it's a better tower rider than Pencil is. I think that's an interesting, nice change of pace for them.
It is, and it also, the build looks like that they want to continue to be upfront with the rest of their teammates. This is definitely what they're looking for. I need to note the change from the blue Dapples to the N parries here. The N parries really want to get up there and get a lot of control to be able to splash down and just control those corners. So the N parries here want to just roll right in with the curling bomb, be able to splash down the corners and have that main control. And of course they put the Zipcaster brush back on, but it looks like PayBack getting 2 down on the side of Idiots in chat, only for it to be directly reversed, and now only having the credit alive and is forced to jump out. So Idiots in chat here, able to push back PayBack, and now they are going to get the initial first decent push to checkpoint here.
Yeah, and we have that brush with the Zipcaster at the ready, looking to come in through the back line with it, trying to find 2, but if nothing else, distracting them, keeping their eyes off the tower long enough to tick away at this checkpoint. Probably not going to be enough to quite clear it, but it was actually. It is Splashdown. Splashdown coming out there from the Enperry dually. And Nico now looking to move forward, clearing out the tower. PayBack going to be looking to reclaim mid here, but can't seem to keep enough players alive to quite do it.
PayBack, yeah, is definitely struggling on the sides here, and idiots in chat have woken up for this game. They know that they need this game here, so this counter pick is definitely what they needed. The Brush trying to get that edit, but the edit sees them in time to get the shots off and stays alive. Definitely a good attempted play, but of course it just was not hit there, so the edit does stay alive. But of course we see lots of control on the map was for idiots in chat, but it is going closer to neutral. We see the Brush just waiting in this corner for someone just to overstep over middle, but that looks like edit shots that are nearby on the side, which could be close near, and then a curling bomb, so the sploosh is also by. But meanwhile, the other edit is going to roam around. You can see they are near their teammates, constantly moving up. They don't want to be too far away. Oh, surprise! Here's the snap, gets one. Is going to try and roll around in, but it looks like it's trying to get shot up from behind, and does. They don't throw that hammer, but gets picked off from that edit, just moving around, and the tower is starting to push. Splashdown, trying to get control. 3 go down on the side of idiots in chat. Just that Brush left alive, and the Brush just not able to quite get that pick on tower, but now does have that what they want, is able to get the 2. Wipeout, though, does happen.
I almost wonder if the switch over to a Splatling was in part made because of the amount of stamps coming out of that sploosh. Splatlings definitely deal exceptionally well with hammers as long as they have a charge. It gives them another answer to dealing with it other than just their splash, as shooting through it can be so reliable with those weapons. Definitely something that could have been a thought process for the side of idiots in chat. But PayBack really just looking to find a way to claim mid. They don't have the best weapons for it. Great weapons for short-range maps. Not the best for a map like this, especially when your Splatling keeps getting shoved back by a Zipcaster.
Yes, the Zipcaster also being a thing, but also the Splatling does seem to be able to keep an eye on that Brush quite a bit. There's been twice where the Brush has tried to pick off that Splatling, but has failed. We looked away, and all of a sudden I see 3 members go down on the side of PayBack, and it's just been on the verse here, and idiots in chat are making their control known here. We see the bombs coming up and over as they're just trying to make sure that they can secure this corner. Look at all the fire going around, the edit here, making sure they can try to get that pick. Very good following, followed the person trying to retreat. This sploosh desperately trying to get a hammer, wants to try and get it towards here. Didn't opt to throw it towards the tower and instead tried to go forward, but the tri-strikes end up coming up to seal the deal. Idiots in chat hanging on to it, able to win their counter pick.
Yeah, looking to try and find this reverse sweep here, but that'll be hard considering that PayBack definitely has counter pick advantage throughout the rest of this. Now, personally, I think they should go up back Rainmaker. I don't see what could go wrong for them there, quite frankly. They don't have Tacticooler. I guess that's their one downside. But if they just can hold forward a little bit as a treat, and they've proven to be quite good at holding forward as a treat.
PayBack, I think they want to make sure they have that spot where they can just continue to hold that forward here. So if anything, there's a high chance we're going to see Humpback Rainmaker for sure. But they could also have something else in mind, because I noticed that I believe it was Idiots in Chat who did make that swap with that edit player. They put that one in, so there's a high chance that they are going to keep this edit player because it is working out for them greatly, able to move in with the rest of their teammates, just staying up in control. I noticed with their build, like that's what they want, and they have that stealth jump there too, so if they go down, they can just hop right back in and make sure that they have safety from behind, trying to go forward. Okay, this is also an interesting one that I also figured could happen. The good old classic Mako splat zones. This is what the Dapples and the Sploosh would really want. Yeah. I forgot.
Definitely not my favorite to see, but
that's why I forgot about it.
Well, I never can keep up with the newfangled counterpick rules because they change every time I look at any tournament.
Oh.
So I was like, they won zones already. They can go there again? Okay, sure. I could have sworn that didn't used to be the case, but okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that afterwards as well. I was like, But then it's, we're back, but now...
Here we are, back again.
Now here's the thing. This is the counter pick, so PayBack really wants to push and shove here. I hope Idiots in Chat realize this, that this is what they wanted for push and shove as well. But I will also take a note that the brush on the side of Idiots in Chat is getting a lot more work done with their flanks, although their edit has a pretty keen eye. because there's a few of the flanks that have been attempted and the edit was able to take note, and I think the edit is realizing this, that the brush is on their tail.
Yes.
So if anything, they can also take advantage of this as well and try to get the brush to them to be able to pick off the brush, and then that is just one thing that don't really have to worry about. So it's just, again, how are they going to approach this? Are they going to be able to get this off here? Is the brush going to try to do some extra movement here? And how are the two frontliners going to push about on this map mode?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they go about tackling it. Should be a very interesting game to see how they approach it. We are going to be seeing a heavy edit, I believe, from each side yet again. No, we're seeing a Dreadringer switch in and a sloshing machine. Interesting. I like it.
It's unconventional. Back down.
That's interesting.
They weren't gonna back down.
No. If anything, their sloshing machine there is going to be what's acting as their anchor, which is super, super interesting because it just can't play as fast as it used to. Crab coming out here already from the splash, putting in some good work. We still have members alive on the side of PayBack. The hammer comes out, takes out plenty of them, and we're just seeing PayBack going, yeah, we can just hold this for a minute while we wait for people to respawn. We've also got a reef slider, so we're big chillin'. And they take out the brush. Really cool comp.
It is a really unique thing here, and of course it does benefit on this side, but idiots in chat are recognizing this, and they are picking them off one at a time here, making sure that they don't get too much done on their side, because you can see idiots in chat have most of the control right now. They've got the Zuka on the side, so they are basically spotted out, and all they have to do is put two members on it, and it's gone. So this has been 2 down for PayBack consistently, so their comp is almost going too fast, and idiots in chat are realizing this and currently punishing it big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see idiots in chat really putting up a fight here, taking advantage of how their range works into the weapons for PayBack, and just taking so much control, taking so much space. We do see Azuka online for the side of PayBack, not going to be able to do much with it, though, it seems, as idiots in chat are just locking this zone down.
They, even with the splash, just left alive, but like I said, it's been a bit since I've seen all 4 members of PayBack online, and idiots in chat, like I said, are taking full control of this, and it's just going to be a solid win here for them. Just constantly keeping them at a man disadvantage here, and just taking that to their advantage and sealing the deal.
Mm-hmm. Really great job there by idiots in chat. Guess their coffee kicked in. Guess they woke up. Who knows? Maybe they had some energy drinks. You never know what you need to get through a tournament day. Maybe they just had a nice healthy apple as a snack. You never know. I'm a firm believer in caffeine and snacks during tournaments back when I used to play in them more. They're so important to functioning. Splatoon is what actually made me a caffeine addict. Fun fact.
Mine was college, good old classic college things, but if I ever want a true boost, strawberries. Strawberries.
That's real. I'm an apple person, but I get it. A cut up apple? But there's nothing better in the world to me.
Nox, we are 2-2 now in the set. Idiots in chat have pulled it back. We are going into game 5. PayBack's counter pick.
I'm once again advocating for Rainmaker Humpback.
If that isn't their final one, I'm going to be confused at what actually is.
I won't be confused, because a lot of the time... Yeah, the thing I always like to highlight with Low Ink is this is a lot of teams' first time getting a lot of experience with counter picks. They are not a very intuitive thing. It is hard to get good at them. I have seen mid-level, high-level top teams ruin their runs with their own counter picks. It's easy to do, quite frankly. Counter picking is a very hard skill that even if you think you've got it, you likely don't, quite frankly.
It is possible, because at the start we kind of had the note there, like the first counter pick went to idiots in chat that counter picked Clam, Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime. PayBack ended up taking it there, but we could see it was the right direction. And then of course, idiots in chat also had counter picked the Hagglefish one. I figured that one was going to be a big one for them, and indeed it was. They took it back there. I will also note that they've swapped in the edit player during this time, and this edit has been really helping them out a lot. And then Zones Mako. PayBack opted to go for a full-on, rush down, but it was, after the first fight, there was a rare time where I hardly saw all 4 members of PayBack actually alive. It was always 2 down, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down.
They definitely needed to slow down and regroup to make that work for themselves. Especially with that Sloshing Machine and Dreadringer. Neither of those can play. Like, they play quickly, don't get me wrong. But they need to go in with other things. They're providing chip for other things. They are not your primary damage. So for either of them not being able to move... Interesting. For either of them not being able to move in with the Dapple or the Sploosh, it creates a lot of challenges. They're not the most self-sufficient weapons. And on the note of counterpicks, we're going to Zone Zumami.
Zone Zumami.
What are they cooking?
This is interesting. I'm curious to know if they're going to keep buckets or if they want to make sure that
No, surely they go back to Crab
there.
here.
I think they're probably going to do that and can probably keep the 1 bucket, but it's interesting how they pick a map that has the wide open areas.
It definitely doesn't favor them.
In all honesty, it doesn't, but I'm curious.
But maybe
to know
they're
what
very
they have
comfortable
here.
with it.
It is
They
possible.
could just be comfy.
It is
and that's
very
understandable.
possible.
And I could see Hammer doing a lot of work here. Could displace any of the range from idiots. Yeah. Well, it could also... I mean, it can also be thrown to just displace the edit, to just cause chaos, and likely actually get picks now, unlike what it used to do. Obviously, Crab, this is one of Crab's best maps, at least in my opinion. I've been a firm believer on Crab from this map from when it was at its peak to when it's in its current state. Thank God Crab is in its current state. I like Crab. I am a Crab defender these days. I never thought I would be able to reach this point.
Crab has always been around. To me, it's never truly fully...
No, it's never fully fallen off.
It's always been around, but at the start and now here, I'd say it's definitely been at its peak times. You see it more often than anything.
Biggest commentary.
And it has a lot of extra control.
Yes.
But yes, and of course, Crab on this map, you have 2 huge prime spots. Technically 3 if you count the other side spawn as well for Dome. But it is very huge at controlling the side here and just adding that extra pressure to allow the front lines to move in. The question is how are these front lines going to move in from PayBack? Because they want those corners to be able to go around. Meanwhile, idiots in chat are now very highly keeping an eye on these routes that the other team can go. So PayBack really needs all their members together to be able to push back idiots in chat like they were in the first 2 games.
Yeah. Heavy edit coming out from both sides here. Not a huge shock. Like to see the end parries, I think. I'm a little torn on it. I think I like it over Reef Slider here. Not in love with seeing the vanilla shot. I just don't think Zuka's that strong anymore, but it's perfectly acceptable. I like seeing the slosher here from idiots.
Even if it's not as strong, it still does add a lot of pressure, and those who definitely have that snipe eye to them can still make Zuka have a lot of extra pressure.
Idiots in chat doing an excellent job of pushing back PayBack's really strong attempt at a really brutal opening. Nico having to back off incredibly far there just to try and keep their Zuka, managing to. 2 specials online now for PayBack. They're going to be looking to break in here. Nico managing to move forward, keeping this Zuka. Going to be looking to use it to displace the edit, most likely. Splashdown coming out, neutralizing Zone. Should be a very back and forth fight for Zone here.
Looks like it, but it looks like idiots in chat right now still having that control. There's that the crab fight. There you go. There's a crab fight. Nox. All of the crabs that you want from Dome and middle, but it looks like...
I don't want to see... That's the max amount of crabs I want on my screen at any time anymore. I never wanted more than 2 crabs on my screen at once.
1 on Dome that goes down, and idiots in chat maintaining this control. Looks like Hammer and Splashdown are online for PayBack. They do manage the brush. They do manage to get the bucket. It looks like the Splashdown is still here, ready if it's needed. And I think that Dooley's just trying to go in. There's another member that goes down for idiots in chat. PayBack now looking to try to keep that control. They do keep a couple other members down. The last 2 are in spawn. They do have control of the zone here, and I see that Splashdown is still online from this end parries, but I haven't seen the end parries yet to know where they're at or where they want to use it. And Crab here from the Dome looking to try to find some other people from middle here. There's the Splashdown, just trying to control the center here. They want to pick off that Crab player, but get stuck on the rail and unable to find the shots.
Brutal there from the rail. Sometimes the map is really your worst enemy when you're playing the game. Zipcaster coming out here from idiots in chat, causing disruption, allowing them to regain control of the zone. Heavy edit's been taken out on the side of PayBack. Gonna be looking to try and reclaim some space here. Zuka's at the ready. They might even want to consider saving that for the crowd, but no, they find the splash with it, which works just as well. Brush gets taken out, just the edit left up. PayBack going to be looking to cap the zone here. It's definitely doable for them to win this. Crab at the ready, probably going to enable their end parry sploosh and shot to try and go in here. Just waiting for the right moment to use that crab tank.
It looks like that the crab tank from Idiots in Chat opted to pop out first, so that way that there's still another crab and splashdown and hammer ready on the side of PayBack. They just want to be able to bait out those specials, and they did. They got that crab out early. That's what they wanted. However, members go down on the side of PayBack. One goes down on the other side. It looks like it's just the edit being able to hold on the middle here. Gets picked down by the brush. The other one trying to fight
jumped in.
It goes down on the zone, though, so that helps Idiots in Chat maintain control. That Zipcaster being shot out of the sky, though. We see Nico just kind of dodging around, making sure they can't go down. They do have Zuka online. They want to be able to use that to help teammates go in to try to re-get control. That Zuka able to help, I believe, find that pick on that edit, but it looks like the sploosh goes down on the other side. Members of Idiots in Chat are pushed back on the other side. PayBack does have control of the zone right now, and the others are just kind of stuck there, but Crab comes out, and we're having an all-out brawl back and forth here.
Splashdown doing a great job of keeping that crab from doing as much damage as it could, but not going to be enough to stop the zone from being at minimum neutralized for quite a while here. If you're Idiots in Chat, any second eaten off the clock is huge for you. Any player you keep up for an extra second is huge. Taking out 2 there from PayBack is a great step in getting the zone back, but they have a long hill to climb still, and not a lot of time to do it anymore.
They don't. We're in the last minute, and it looks like penalty points are finally just about to break through where they want to be able to keep and hold this zone. But it's Idiots in Chat who do have that extra range. They do have the man advantage right now, being able to catch out that sploosh early. The sploosh likes to dive into situations where there's more than one member of Idiots in Chat and unable to stay alive and be able to get that hammer handy that they weeded. And it looks like that Idiots in Chat going in with the Zipcaster, they're able to stop that crab from fully going around, but it's Idiots in Chat that end up getting fully wiped. And we've got PayBack now with control. They don't have any penalty points. This should be lead here for them.
Nico, don't overextend!
Oh no!
Nico!
First
come on, Nico!
They did get
lead.
They did get lead, but we're in the last 20 seconds, and Idiots in Chat do have a bit more control here, but that splashdown is online. The sploosh is caught out, though. That splashdown and tri-strike here, they just have to work around together, but it looks like 2 go down on the side of PayBack. This is the last 5 seconds here. Idiots in Chat hang on to zone here as they, the members of PayBack, back in their zone. Still got 30 ticks of penalty points as overtime is now activated.
Yeah, definitely very possible for PayBack to come in here. They just need to paint over one zone a lot. They don't need to capture both. Obviously, that's ideal. You don't need to. That's the difference with a dual zone map. 2 players down. Zone's going to get neutralized by the hammer, managing to try and paint it, but they got control back. It's just painting the zone, and we're seeing them do the best they can with it. That is zone neutralized. They just need to keep it neutral, but that's easier said than done. Slosher's still up, has the tri-strikes ready. Crab is at the ready on the side of Idiots in Chat, and PayBack manages to keep the zone neutral long enough to take the game and take the set in an overtime game 5.
Oh my goodness, it came down to quite the wire there, and then PayBack ended up just choosing to fully control one side. Because to be able to stop it going, all they had to do is make sure that they had full control of one side, and make sure that they just couldn't get entirely control, able to hold it. But oh my gosh, that overextend.
Yeah.
Just about
that shot.
That shot was tight. I understand the whole point of, okay, let's lock them here, we can get this, but it's just like, there's so much.
If only one of you goes up, it doesn't work.
Idiots in Chat have to capitalize on it.
They did their best to. It's just a hard situation to capitalize on. They did their best to keep that zone. PayBack just was able to get some really incredible picks around them and get just... I mean, it's a dual zone. We don't have many of them anymore. Teams are less used to them. And it's way harder to manage keeping a dual zone in overtime, quite frankly. I love dual zone maps. I know that's, once again, one of my hot takes. I wish there were more of them. I think they're very interesting. And I think it's very exciting to see PayBack being able to take full advantage of that dual zone to their advantage in overtime.
That is true. It came down to the wire, though, and then just the amount that... Oh, just the amount of oomph that Idiots in Chat had from their counter pick on from Humpback TC. You could see it was just full on there, and they made that switch and adapted to PayBack's comp, and it really helped them even towards the end, and they were so close to taking it there even as well. Just a few members just went down towards the end there, and there just wasn't enough extra pressure to be able to hold out on that one zone. You could see 2 members trying to keep control of one side, but of course there was like 4 members of PayBack holding one zone, and they couldn't outpaint that.
Yeah, and I think that's just the key thing when you're playing a dual zone and you just know you need to get that overtime win. Just paint one zone. Don't work so hard. Don't capture both. Just paint one a lot, and you'll win if you have the lead. It is, sadly, that simple sometimes.
It is, but whoa, what a end of that set, going all the way to the game 5, where it looked like PayBack had full control at the start there, and then from game 3 on, they had lost that control just from that adaptability, and even towards the end with the back and forth going there, just a couple of little tiny misplays, and the other team could just pounce on it.
Always very interesting to see. Really great gameplay, very exciting back and forth.
Ooh.
What an exciting bracket we've seen so far.
It's been absolutely crazy, and of every set so far, we've had that one match that just has that 100-0, and then the rest is like, they woke up!
They woke up! Did they wake up enough? Sometimes.
That is the true question. Taking a look at the bracket right now, of course, we see that Splatoon 4 3-1 Blitz wave as they are looking to fight PayBack. Meanwhile, in Losers bracket, we see Poor Judgement taking 2-1 over Roulette. So Poor Judgement is going to end up taking on Idiots in Chat, while on the bottom we now have Freedom Dive fighting Blitz Wave. And those are the 2 quarterfinals matches in Losers bracket, looking to try to get to semifinals, seeing who is going to make it back up top. But right now we're just waiting for the winners finals here.
Yes.
To get set up. But it's been a crazy time, even from before when we took a look at beta bracket earlier too. That bracket was popping off from the first round.
It's always exciting to see every bracket and see what every team's doing in low ink. All of these teams getting a chance to prove themselves, show what they've learned in the last month, and really get great practice in the process. Now, obviously, you're going for the win. You want to do as well as you can. But my big advice for low-level teams in general, and something that I was a firm advocate of when I was in low-level, is just play as many tournaments as you can. Play open-level tournaments. Yeah, sure, you get destroyed a little bit.
So, we have some breaking news. Due to a unfortunate issue, PayBack has gotten DQ'd. So the set we just watched has actually been given to Idiots in Chat. So we will be watching Splatoon 4 versus Idiots in Chat due to a splash tag error.
Always unfortunate when that happens. You do have to be really careful with your splash tag, make sure it's accurate, make sure you're keeping everything correct. It's easy to make a mistake, you just have to be careful. Very unfortunate, though.
It is very unfortunate knowing that, so it's just was it messed up when they were putting it on the thing, or was it just not the same person? That is what is up there, so that is the information we have. But Idiots in Chat have been given the set in this case, so it almost feels extremely unfortunate that it took this long to either catch upon for there, because PayBack had won the first and second one. So what would have happened if that was caught earlier on and only there, right? So now it's just, now we're seeing this. But considering this here, this is kind of like the reboot. Like, Idiots in Chat, they fought for that end versus PayBack, and they nearly had it. So it's like, they have a second chance here.
Yeah, they do. There was definitely a good chance that they were gonna manage to pull that out. And to be fair, no, they're DQ'd. They're not getting a second chance in Losers, and that's how it goes sometimes.
It is very unfortunate to see, and of course just a little information there, but if you don't have the information properly, this is what happens. And
yeah, we can't,
TOs
can't know if you're the right person. So, they don't want to take that risk, and that's totally understandable. It's always unfortunate to see a team make that mistake. I like to give the teams the benefit of the doubt and assume they made a mistake and weren't playing with the wrong person. But TOs don't have a way of knowing that, so they need to err on the side of safety.
Unfortunate but true, and I mean, just there are just these things that sometimes just go by, and I mean, you know, if it's there in the rules and you do the wrong thing, it's there. It's like, just given personal example, like for some tournaments, they're very like map strict. So if you start the game on the wrong map mode, some games will be like, okay, you start on the wrong thing. That's a problem. You've got to give it to the other team. And I will say, I have done this, but I'll be like, I accept my mistake. I apologize, team. Won't happen again. It's in the rules. You know, it's there. It happens. But sometimes, you know, people will try to, you know, jump these things. And that's
like sometimes it is just a genuine, oh, I forgot to update it mistake, and that's too bad.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I like to give teams the benefit of the doubt and go, oh, you made an oopsie. You still get the penalty because you still learn the lesson, but I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. They weren't actively trying to do wrong.
That is true. But yeah, we are setting up for Splatoon 4 and Idiots in Chat. So let's recap kind of what we've seen. The last time we saw was Splatoon 4 versus Roulette. We saw those earlier on the cast. And what we saw is that both teams definitely had a lot of back and forth there. And it ended up being Splatoon 4 where they decided on Roulette, hey, we can jump them. If we jump them, we just have full control. Now we have full control. What are they going to do? So Splatoon 4 has this capability. They are going to read their opponents, because in the first game it looked like it was a little slow of reading. They were playing it kind of neutral, and then all of a sudden they just absolutely went at it and dove on in and just gave Roulette a hard time. And then it was that game 2 on TCU Shipshape where we saw Splatoon 4 just absolutely go from that 100 to 0 and just took Roulette down like dominoes, one at a time, and Roulette never got back in.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely it can take that first game for teams that are adapting to the other team to take the time to do it. You have to figure out what they're doing, you have to figure out what they're playing, and I'd say once you're in the best of 5, you're in a much better situation for that, because even if it does take you that whole first game, you've got the rest of the set. You technically are at a counter-pick disadvantage, but not that big of a deal generally in this level of play, because as mentioned earlier, it's easy. I'd say it's just as easy, if not more common, to mess yourself up with your counter picks than to get an advantage out of them.
True, and then meanwhile, Idiots in Chat, we just saw in this most recent set, but for those who missed it, Idiots in Chat were down 0-2 in the first games and even lost on their counter pick, for their first counter pick. But then when it got to the third game, Idiots in Chat made a swap out to adjust to PayBack's comp. They swapped in a edit in return, and I believe, and what happened was they just outright got control, they watched potential flanks and just continued to push back, and then they were looking strong, and they grew, and it was at the very end, just a couple little slip-ups, and they weren't able to hold it towards the end, so they did end up losing that, but they were very highly close to winning it, and now unfortunately due to the issue with Payback here, we are going to see Idiots in Chat come on back, and hopefully that they still have this power. This is basically, like, you know, they felt like they had that win in hand, and they were very close to getting it as well, so they have this power. Are they ready now to face Splatoon 4's potential rushdown, or how they're going to fight this? I believe Splatoon 4 we win has the reading ability, so they might end up playing this slower depending on what Idiots in Chat are going to do, because I can tell that they're more ranged, they're also more neutral playing. So the question is Splatoon 4 going to kind of play hand in hand there, or are they going to kind of do the same thing and kind of let's just read here and let's see how we can just outright push them down and take them down, maybe similar to how they played with Roulette or their previous opponents.
Always interesting to get to see how teams will choose to adapt to each other, how they will attack, how they will defend, and exactly what they will take on in the process. And also will be interesting to see what weapons will come out.
Yeah, that is true as well. We might see the pencil come back now on the side of Idiots in Chat, considering Hagglefish is online here for now, and I believe that Splatoon 4 we win, they have a fancy little Brella player, which I'm very fond of. I love seeing Brella players, even though, like, they do a lot of work, like, playing against them and all that. They're people you don't see often, but when you see them, expect them to know like they've practiced what they have and they know what they want to do, and especially with their team, how they've trained for it. They have a set strategy that they want to do. They want to put this off with their teammates. How are they playing this Brella? What are they doing for the team? How can you defeat it? Is the question that you need to wonder, because sometimes that Brella is going to get so much power because they get away with what they want. And if you don't work on figuring out how to counter it, they're going to lead the way.
And Brella, also, much more consistent than it used to be. It is no longer completely inconsistent. Which is great. There was definitely a time where you didn't want to use Brella in online competitive play. Luckily, we're not so much in that era anymore. It definitely probably still has a few moments here and there, because Splatoon 3 is Splatoon 3. But way more consistent than it used to be, and it's great to see it actually getting to see functional use.
I have a soft spot for Brellas. I wanted to main Brellas back when I first started Splatoon, in all honesty, but then I was like, no, I need range. So here I am now. But I always love seeing the Brellas, and I like working around them, because it really makes me think about how I want to play around it and what kind of strategy the team has. So it makes me really think on this one. But sometimes too long, so I end up getting caught out in my own line of thought. So it's like, So afterwards, it's like taking a good look, and like this is teams with Brellas, like I said, they have a really nice set strategy, and they really want to know how they work around it, and I love to see it. And of course, in the set versus Roulette, we saw like they just went in and kind of dove on him, and the Brella was using the map terrain as well to its advantage too, just to be able to outcatch opponents, take that fight with the Brella. So if it's a 1v1, but a lot of times the Brella would come out on the upper hand or be able to escape. But we're going right into this game 1 right now, so let's see what loadouts we have, what teams have to offer here.
Yeah, we're getting back into this here. Decav sticking around like we saw earlier for Splatoon 4 We Win. Nice to see. Worked really well with that Brella for them last time. Pretty standard comp coming out of Idiots in chat here. They went back to the pencil. Their one big deviation from the norm is the Octobrush, but that should be able to help displace the pencil for Idiots for Splatoon 4 We Win, and possibly help them out with that Brella, though I can't imagine that being entirely the case.
Both teams have that pencil to just kind of maintain that tent area to keep control. Zipcaster's going to try to come around here and just divert some attention. Is going to get caught out by the 2 because their hand kind of landed right between 2 people. And like if they land, either someone's going to explode or they're going to get 2v1. And of course the 2v1 was the thing. It looks like the decav goes down, but the recycled Brella going to launch the Brella forward, try to splash down to take a little bit of space here. It does help get a bit of control, but not too much, as most teams are still in a solid neutral state right now. And it looks like the Slosher trying to come in from the side does get taken down by the Crab. 2 members down now on the side of Splatoon 4 We Win. And Idiots in chat keeping that power from before. Another Zipcaster is online here, as now they want to try to keep the members of Splatoon 4 We Win back in their base, and it looks like they did get an early spawn pick on the pencil.
That is absolutely huge. Getting rid of that cooler, getting rid of that paint and pressure from the pencil is always massive. Especially when you look at Splatoon 4 We Win's comp, they are all relying on the chip from that pencil to help them get in. That being said, Trip Strikes come out, Slosher rushing forward, Zone flips over to Splatoon 4 We Win, putting out the damage, the Slosher putting out that damage, but 3 players go down, just the pencil left up. Pencil can't do that much on their own.
They paint a lot, and I mean, the solid pencils, like, they really can. Like, some people absolutely, like, there are people who do enjoy playing this weapon and will make sure that they can get anything done, whether it's, like, advantageous or disadvantages, like, how do we work around this? But, of course, when they are rushed down close range, it does make it really hard to do many things. But, of course, in these states, the pencils, like you said, are there to poke and help their teammates going forward. So now we see, again, we got a whole kind of neutral battle going on in the middle, and, of course, it is Idiots in chat who do have this initial lead here, as they did get that good solid push-off, catching members out in the spawn, but now we're back kind of in the neutral thing. And this Zipcaster here is a really good one here for Idiots in chat, because it is turning the other members of Splatoon 4 We Win around, and it's going to make them have to look at it eventually, because it kind of goes around back and then just teeters forward here. But this decav did have a solid put there, but unfortunately just missed. That was a really good setup. It was just a very unfortunate miss for the pick there, but was in a really good spot. So instead, Idiots in chat able to capitalize on it, and now they pick off the decav again over in the spawn.
Brutal.
And are pushing back Splatoon 4 We Win yet again.
Splashdown coming out, Tri-Strikes at the ready. They're going to have to use them to try and rush forward with all 4 players up, pushing the other team back with the Tri-Strikes, but it's not going to be enough. 2 of them go down. Their 2 most aggro weapons go down. Idiots in chat just holding here, and that's going to be the game. Going to Idiots in chat. Very happy that they managed to take advantage of that. Not take advantage of. Very happy that they got to stay in winner's bracket due to an unfortunate situation.
I think even if everything still went as it did, if
they could have made a loser's run easy.
They 100% could have been fully fired up. Like they have been determined to take this for a good while now, as far as I am aware of.
It seems like it.
Their power is showing. Like at the first few, it's like, okay, they were getting run down, but now they have woken up. They have this extra chance, and the way we saw Splatoon 4 We Win show up earlier, we know that they can also apply a lot of extra pressure. It's just here, the idiots in chat have caught them out. There was a 2-down situation to a 3. They have a decent setup. It looks like the one where they first went down, 2 tried to come around from the side while a crab was up. So the crab was able to pick off 1 and help get a second as well. And then it just, from there on, there was 2 pushed back there that had to retreat, 2 coming in from spawn. And then they, each time that they had that control, they were able to pick 1 off in the spawn. The first one was a pencil, the second one was a decav. And they were just able to keep that extra hold. But towards the end there, Splatoon 4 We Win actually had a nice setup. They came around from the side again. That decav was able to set up bubble on the zone, but there just wasn't enough extra help to be able to fully capitalize it. And that decav, I know I shouldn't highlight on this because it's not a great feeling, but they were so set up in the right place, but just unfortunately missed the pick. They were in a nice spot there, ready to pinch with teammates, but just unfortunately missed their slash. But that could have been huge. That could have completely changed. Yeah,
it absolutely could have. And we are going to be going over to Rainmaker Humpback.
Now we see it!
Now we see it! Splatoon 4 We Win could definitely have a good setup for this. Could be a very interesting game. Definitely doesn't lean into Idiots in Chat's comp very well. So that's good for Splatoon 4 We Win. Could be a good counter pick. I never know, because these are very similar comps. The maps one's good on, the maps the others will be pretty good on. There's kind of just a 1 weapon difference between each of them.
Pretty much, but that could always change here, because there's a lot of times where Rainmaker Humpback comes out, and it's interesting because it's one of those, I think, like 2 map modes that you see where the team has this one set comp for it, and that's what they'll run and just dominate on it, and then you don't see it again. And it's like, wait, they could bring this out again. But then you realize it's only for this one map mode. I see this happen a lot on Humpback, Rainmaker, and Ink Plot Clams. Those are the 2 map modes where some team just has a whole entirely different thing just to be able to have full control of it, and then it's just like, alright, that's our just kind of like pocket comp for this map mode, and now we're gonna go. So there's a chance that something like that could happen here. Just a complete surprise just to take from this counterpick.
I love Toxic Mist on this map. I love Toxic Mist and throwing bombs at elbow on this map, because then the team can't push.
I am probably one of the few people who wholeheartedly agree with that.
Well, and I don't advocate for it on most maps. This map is an exception, is my point here.
Yes!
Dynamo! Junior!
Yes!
Interesting.
You. I love seeing other Dynamos take their place and shine on this map, because a lot of people are just like, oh, it's a Dynamo, it's too slow, it's gonna get caught out here. Humpback is one of its maps to truly shine. As a person who's worked with a Dynamo for a good amount of time now, I love working with Dynamos on this map mode. Like, just help them get control, and it's like, what are you gonna do? It's like,
yeah, we do see the bubble coming out here, allowing Idiots in Chat to quickly break this checkpoint. They have all 4 players up. They might be able to get Pop again here. That seems like they will. They're gonna have Zipcaster at the ready any second here to help them move forward. It's already out. Tri-Strikes at the ready, but the Reef Slider coming in clutch to shut that push down, because that could have been absolutely huge for Idiots in Chat. Splatoon 4 We Win hanging on to this space by a thread right now.
By a thread indeed. They're not even out of the woods. Even though they stopped the push, they still never really won the fight. Idiots in Chat has not left that corner even after that stop of the push. They've always just continued to keep 2 downs from Splatoon 4 We Win, and are just able to keep the pressure back. So this Reef Slider here, just narrowly missing on this one, but still, again, 2 down on the side of Splatoon 4. We do have this flank from Tetra here, but it does get shot down. That's a delayed 3, and now they're able to push up, get some points here. Tri-Strike's going to try to lead them in some more. It's just not painted. There we... Oh! I was like, it's just not painted, and it was so close there, but they're still here. They've never
They
left.
are.
And there it is.
Torp wouldn't have been enough to slow that down. Dapple couldn't get in safely. Really great gameplay there from Idiots in Chat. In the counter pick, just not quite working out there for Splatoon 4 we win. It is a rough position to be in. They do need to reverse sweep now, but it is completely doable. We saw Idiots in Chat almost do it last round. They are not out yet. That is the advantage of a best of 5. Maybe they can figure out how to adapt. Maybe they can figure out a comp Idiots in Chat won't feel as comfy on. Who knows?
And there was the swap of the comp where it's just like there's something that they do in this map mode that you just don't see anywhere else. If they bring the Dynamo back in another map mode, I will be heavily excited. But I'm so glad that they pulled it out for Rainmaker Humpback, because if there was a map mode for that Dynamo to shine on, especially for the counter pick, that was it. Even though like it was Splatoon 4 we wins counter pick, Idiots in Chat were ready for it.
I think Humpback Rainmaker is a counter pick you should generally be ready for if you're a team that doesn't necessarily play Rushdown, because teams will go, you're not a Rushdown comp. We can go to Rushdown map. And so you should be ready. So you should have an emergency plan for Rushdown map. I do think there's actually a surprising lack of Rushdown maps in general in Splatoon 3. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing. There's just not a lot of them that we use in comp regularly. And I think it results in teams not playing very flexibly a lot of the time.
Yeah, no, like, beforehand there was definitely a lot, and even some of these maps, like, they do have the capability to be full-on Rushdown, but there's still just that, like, that one thing that just makes it not fully capable to be
like the height difference on our next counter pick, Mahi Resort.
We're going with it again, just full-on kind of control here, so we're probably gonna have more pencil battles potentially here, because pencil really likes to shine and hold control here. But it's what they're going to bring in between. Are they going to have those full-on reef sliders to keep control of the corners? Are they going to have that consistent tri-strikes at the ready there? What are these teams going to have? I'm curious to see what Tetra is going to bring out, because Tetra's been this decav dually player. So the question is either what dually or is the decav coming back?
Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing which they choose. I would actually love to see a wiper come out here if they have a player that's comfortable with it. Just being able to play around those ledges can make such a big difference. Hammer to take out the enemy team's pencil. Pretty good just on this map in general, thanks to how tight all of the confines are. I don't necessarily expect to see it, but I think it would work very well here to deal with a lot of what's been thrown at them so far.
It is a possibility, and now we just anxiously wait to see here. Of course, this is set point right now for Idiots in Chat. Oh, look at that. You wanted a blaster before.
Blast.
But
Nice.
It's interesting how we're seeing the blaster here. However,
It's a good blaster map.
It can be for the bottom picks, but you have to have control for it. Otherwise, it can get caught out relatively easily, so we want to make sure what we're doing here. Of course, we've got that Booyah Bomb there as a handy tactic there with the tri-strikes, and the decav was going to be the pick for Tetra there, and it looks like Idiots in Chat still resorting with basically similar comp. They know it's working for them, and they're going around. Yes.
There we go. Splatoon 4 we win, finding a weak point in Idiots in Chat's armor. Finding a way to break through even just a little bit is a pretty big difference from what we've seen from them the past 2 games. And it seems like they're going to be able to keep their blaster alive, get some jumps in, but the tri-strikes are going to mess that up for them. Good tri-strikes there coming out of Idiots in Chat, allowing them to move forward quite efficiently. Lots of players going down. Not a terrible position to be in. Their zap's up. They're looking to get tacticaler. They're not too far behind right now. And they do, at the moment, have a Booyah Bomb ready to help them move forward.
It looks like the Booyah Bomb was going in there, but it didn't get away any of the members of Idiots in Chat. Instead, it actually forced Idiots in Chat to go more to them. So if they weren't braced to that fight, they weren't going to get anywhere. So the blaster here going to be the first one on the corner. It looks like what the pencil's going to be nearby to try to help pencil or zap. Didn't quite see. Bubble here in the corner. It's going to help get the one member down. Looks like 2 members down on the side of Idiots in Chat. This decav here just looking to try to go up here, trying to just secure the corner, make sure nobody else is there. And you can see that there's a lot of pressure up front there. Although I do worry that if Splatoon 4 we win has to retreat a little bit, there's a lot of Idiots in Chat paint on their side of the map, so I'm worried that they'll get caught out in it.
It's definitely possible. Zipcaster gets taken out early there. That's absolutely huge for Splatoon 4 we win. Tri-strikes coming out, they'll lose the zone for a second. Not the end of the world. They're going to manage to paint back over it. They're almost to lead. That'll be like their first time getting lead in quite a bit. But no, not quite. The brush going in, managing to help neutralize the zone for a little longer. but Splatoon 4 we win, regrouping, recalibrating, and managing to keep their heads on straight and having a bubble ready to keep this hold going.
And we see here just kind of locked down on the corner. No one is overstepping on the side of Splatoon 4 we win, and that is what they want. They've got the buoy here. It looks like it's going to lock down that corner. They recognize that all of the members were on one side of the map. They do end up picking out the splash. They end up picking the other ones.
Pencil!
Just the pencil left. That was at a very effective buoy on
there
making
we
them
go,
all go
Splatoon 4.
down. There you go. That is what they wanted. So the blaster pick indeed helping them out here, and I was a little worried about it. I will be completely honest.
I thought the blaster would do great here. Yeah. It's a great blaster map. And S-Blast has become a pretty top-tier weapon at this point. It's not a weapon...
I'm not very... Its weaknesses, but I do know it has its powers, so...
I think Blaster, especially in lower-level tournaments like this, can be a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Players aren't as used to them typically. For some reason, players tend to stray away from Blaster when they're learning, which is interesting to me. They do have big hitbox. Just a note, Blaster can hit many things usually. And they also have very consistent positioning. They're really great weapons to learn how to position with because it's very specific. You have to be in the same places generally on the map. And the advantage, especially with lower level tournaments, is the other team often doesn't know where your blaster needs to be. So they aren't as likely to instantly shut that down.
That is true. Blaster is one to be aware of because blasters also take away any kind of hiding little obstacle that you want to hide behind. And that is just like, oh, you blaster!
And they do so well with chip damage from any other weapons they have, like that decav, like the pencil, like anything else they want to throw out there. And we're going to another pretty interesting one here with Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime. That was a very quick counter pick here from Idiots in Chat. Clearly, they feel pretty confident with it. They liked it last set, too, out of memory. They all blend together a little bit, but...
I believe that was their first counter pick during the last set.
They did lose on it, but it was their first. On it,
but they had a lot of power. They had more power on it. I wouldn't say a lot, but they had more power on it. It was definitely the way leading into it. This is the map mode that they want. I believe that this is a pretty solid counter pick for them. Definitely something to be aware of because that blaster could still be lurking around here as they have. Again, something that kind of caught them out in the last set there towards the end was they all went out on the same side and got literally hurted by a booyah bomb.
Yes.
So they were forced to drop and they couldn't do much about it, which triggered that wipeout. So that was the one thing that caught him out at the very end there. But of course, just those fights in the middle. Splatoon 4 we win was winning those fights and able to get more capitalized on it. But now with this map here, we saw that Idiots in Chat, this is how they want us. They want more places to see. They want to take out any other side, and that brush had the same pattern 2 or 3 times in that last one. So I wonder if Splatoon 4 we win is going to catch on that brush, is going to hide in the corner.
It's definitely possible. I am very intrigued. The advantage, I mean, there is a world where Splatoon 4 we win kept an eye on the last set. That is something you can always do when a set's being streamed. You can always, keep a little cheeky eye on it. See what you can learn, see what you can gather. And you could be hurting your own set by keeping too much of an eye on others, but it's always an option. Splash coming out here, along with the rain brush. We saw that last time here. Also, sticking with that S-Blast. I like to see it. Don't like it as much on this map. But if it's working for them, it's working for them. I do want to point out that they've sacrificed having a true anchor. They've switched over to the Zap, allowing for a lot more flexibility. A pretty traditional move for Clamblitz throughout the game. Pencil being around on it for so long was actually a little surprising to me.
Yeah, it's interesting because now they've lost that extra range, but they're going to get that range from the crab. I can see that this Splash player is opting to still be that backline because I believe that the Splash was the pencil player. So they are going to use that crab as their main backline, but they want to be able to continue to move up. But as I say this, it is Idiots in Chat who are able to pick those members off in the middle there. They're going to get this first push, and they do have a good amount of clan economy right now. Strikes are coming out, pushing the members of Idiots in Chat forward. It looks like we had a 1-for-1 go down there. That is getting the bucket down as well. Pencil trying to find this decav, but the decav doing a good job using that pillow as cover from the shots, and the pencil is forced out from Idiots in Chat.
Yeah, really great job there from Idiots in Chat, getting a great opening push. I typically like to see a push below 60 for the first push of the game, and that was a great start to it. Splatoon 4 we win, now going to be looking to create a push in response, and they have a long hill to climb. 44 is a solid push, and it feels intimidating to go up against. So much of Splatoon is mental. The S-Blast doing a great job there, trying to poke at the Slosher, but not overextending, and finding the pick eventually with the help of their teammates. Really great team play there. Zuka coming out, looking to find some, not able to find much, but doesn't matter. Idiots in chat found their picks. That is a wipeout onto Splatoon 4. And Idiots in chat will have a chance at another big push here. If they get the knockout here, they win the set.
It's very tight here because you can see that they're trying to stop them, but the bucket just missing the few sloshes as the splash goes in and score. The brush is just gonna swim right in casually and even get more as the penalty now goes out as the points have been taken down there. But it looks like oh no, the pencil.
No,
and
they're
the bucket
still
was
there.
I missed the slosher at first with the camera zoom in, but yeah, they were still there. It looks like the pencil did back up a little bit, recognizing that the members of Splatoon 4 are moving back up and getting a bit of control. It was a good job there. I did see the brush hiding in the corner, and you can see that they're trying to go around there. The question is if they were caught out. There it is. I was like, someone's going to see it eventually. And there we go. It was caught out there. But Booyah Bomb is online for Splatoon 4. We win. We do see that the pencil does have this clam, so it will be marked. And now there's also a crab online as well.
Idiots in chat doing an excellent job of knowing when to push, when to back off, and just when to hold space. And they've been excelling at that in this Clam Blitz game. Right now, Splatoon 4 we win, going to be looking to try and claim mid, having to contend with that splash set up on their side though, having to force them back before they can even attempt to move into mid, having to use specials to just get mid is never something you want to need to do. Decaf probably getting that bubble set up, but it's going to be just a little too late. The Zap, going to have to back way up here. And it seems like they're really struggling on how to hold space without having that anchor they're used to.
True, yeah, because that pencil still does exist on the side of Idiots in chat, and it's really making it difficult for Splatoon 4 We Win to move forward, because the biggest displacement that they have to go is between that Booyah Bomb and the strikes. But they're also sometimes slower coming out. They're not as quick to get picks like some of the other specials that they have, like that crab that they have on the other side. But it's just trying to find that way forward. It looks like they did try, but the decaf, again, trying to get those picks going in, get the bubble out, but two members
not where you want to have to use it.
They can't do much about it now that it's just the rest are being there. But the Blast are doing a good job at poking back Idiots in chat. They are really trying to get through here, but they are not winning the middle battle.
Yeah, I think that Splatoon 4 We Win needs to take a second, regroup, recalibrate. They have just enough time to get one really good push in. One really good push is all you need in Clam Blitz. And they need to just make sure they find their picks. They need to not overextend. They need to not rush. Though the brush gonna make that challenging for them. Brush does get taken out. Definitely a rough situation to be in, but still winnable. As Tetra looks to move forward here on this decav, hoping to not have to get their bubble and use it on defense again, and finding some great picks so far.
Thing is that I said two specials, I believe, go out on the side of Idiots in chat just for the middle and the neutral fight, and they ended up actually slowly losing the middle fight, and I was like, oh, they're using the resources early here when there's still a couple other resources on the side of Splatoon 4, so hopefully that they win the fight up around by their plat area just with their own weapons, and it was luckily that they did, because it looked like that could have been a losing scenario, but now we're coming into the last few seconds here. Overtime is going to be triggered. There is a ball ready at the side, but there's not the members. They are able to score, but there's no clan economy. There's no members, and the push was definitely rushed, and there's not even going to be an overtime here. It's just going to be done.
Yeah, and that definitely didn't need, like, I understand why it happened. It's so hard in those moments. You're feeling so much pressure. But they didn't need to rush in quite that quickly. There was a little more time to play with. They could have waited for a few more teammates. They could have tried to get a little more clam economy. Because you can drip feed Clam Blitz for so long once you have the basket open. You don't need to panic, rush in, just throw the ball. Especially when you don't have a pity to play off of after.
It was just, it just had a little bit more patience there. Like, two teammates had just went down as soon as that ball was basically there. Yes, there was a direct, clear path with it, but to win the game, you need the teammates, especially for, like, Clam Blitz. If it was Rainmaker or something, by all means, run.
Yeah, no, go for it in Rainmaker.
This is Clam Blitz. You need the economy, you need the people, and if you don't have the numbers advantage when they have the full team, you're not going to get much of a push-off unless if, like, the ones who are left can absolutely just dominate.
Absolutely. And just once again, incredible game play there from Idiots in Chat, especially throughout that Clan Blitz game. They really knew exactly how they wanted to move through the map. They knew exactly when to back off from pushes. Their pencil continuously just stayed alive during their pushes and allowed them to either back up to get their teammates back in or just stay there and provide jumps, which is just incredible.
Absolutely. So now Idiots in Chat, they are where they wanted to be. They are sitting in Grands waiting for their opponents now, whoever's going to come up from loser's bracket. And it looks like the set right now is in semis between Poor Judgment and Blitzwave before they find out who's going to find Splatoon 4 and then make their way back up. So Idiots in Chat, back up top in Grands.
Just where they want to be. Always where they want to be. And semi-finals for losers bracket will be Poor Judgment versus Blitzwave. Should be exciting. And Blitzwave has been hanging in there for quite a while now.
They've had their sets, and of course they just won 2-1 over Freedom Dive, so now going on to the next one, so they've got a lot of oomph going on. They were looking strong at the start as well from what we saw. So getting ready to take that next set, and of course the last few teams here, I guess anybody who goes into losers bracket wants to try to make their bracket run and make it all the way back up top to have that second chance to take it home. But I believe with that said, I think that's it for us on the mic. Nox, where can people find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky and YouTube at NoxRaven42. I've been doing some interviews with top players on YouTube if you want to check them out.
Oh.
And where can they find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky or YouTube at Debbie Doobie or on Twitch Debbie_Doobie. I'm just having a time and casting our Ludi sets. You may even find me on some of the other streams commentating other Ludi sets when I have the time as well. But that is it for us, as we will be handing the mic over. Don't go anywhere, guys, as we've got more Low Ink Alpha bracket to wrap up for you.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink March 2025. I am Popgun, joined by Rocket, and we got a doozy of a set here in the losers semi-finals side of the bracket here in Alpha Bracket, don't we, Rocket? Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, Popgun. I mean, I'm taking a look at the match here, and we've actually seen this match, these two teams, at least earlier in Winners Bracket Round 2, they actually faced off against each other, and Blitzwave actually got the upset over the top-seeded Poor Judgement there. That's the reason why Poor Judgement is even down here in the losers bracket. They had to claw their way all the way back through 3 different sets here to even make it to this current point, and here they are again, facing off against the Cinderella story of this Low Ink here in Blitzwave.
Yes, and there's such a Cinderella story that I'm scrambling to find information about them. Hey, I've heard the name Blitzwave before. Let's see. Mixed bag of players. Div 6. Is that seriously where they are right now? Let me look that up real quick. Are they legit a Div 6 team? Because they're going to be people throwing hissy fits. Well, how do they end up at Div 6 and make Alpha Bracket a Low Ink? They're just that good. In fact, they are 1-1 currently in Div 6. Unless they dropped, because in round 3 it shows a 5-0 loss to Spherical Comedy, which could mean they either played that or like they didn't. I don't know, but they are a 1-1 Div 6 team here, threatening to win Low Ink. As you mentioned, already swept out Poor Judgement, one of the top teams. Poor Judgement was undefeated. That is the only loss Poor Judgement has all weekend long. So, yeah, that's quite the impressive win. It's really difficult to beat a team twice in the same tourney, though.
Yeah, for sure, because that really gives you that previous set loss probably gave both teams the experience, a little bit of knowledge to see what the other one likes to do, their tendencies, kind of stuff like that, kind of familiar with that. As a reminder, we're still in best of 3 here, so it's not a full 5-game set. First things we're going to start off with was Splat Zones, Ship-Shape Cargo here, but yeah, like I mentioned, both teams already had an opportunity to get a good look at each other here. But besides that, what is on the line? Obviously staying alive in this tournament, Splatoon 4, we win, still waiting for them in the next round, and Idiots in Chat all the way up there, already secured their spot in Grand Finals.
And that's crazy that the Idiots in Chat are once again in Grand Finals. We'll get to that storyline when we get there, but for now, best of 3 sets, Splat Zones at Ship Shape. If this match was on stream earlier, I apologize. I was not paying attention at the beginning of this one. That is an E-Leader.
Ooh.
An E-Leader in Low Ink, a scoped E-Leader. Is that a tournament legal? I haven't seen an E-Leader in a long time.
Very interesting to see, and Poor Judgement usually just rocking with their same comps here. I've seen them around several times. Blueberry is a decaf to be feared. But off rip, Blitzwave will get the first pick, actually onto that aforementioned decaf there, and get first control of the zone, yes, but still, Poor Judgement are still here to fight here, as they actually managed to get 2 picks going the other way. You have the Reef Slider also online as well from both sides here, but so far just very scrimmage fighting throughout, but still, Poor Judgement just holding on to that very narrow 1-point lead right now.
If you're wondering why both teams are using a Dread Ringer, it is because it is actually written in the Low Ink rules. Actually, it's written in community rules. Anybody who's Div 5, exclusively Div 5, is required to use Dread Ringer. As soon as you get banned from Low Ink, you never touch it again. But for some reason, Reef Slider goes burr, especially when it comes to Splat Zones like this. But right now, Blitzwave getting their E-Leader set up in a really good spot. The question is, how are you going to move back that E-Leader? A lot of people complain about E-Leader, especially in solo queue, but you don't really see it much in competitive. But when you don't really have the Zuka and you really got to rely on your Crab and other things to push it back, it can be a difficult thing to deal with.
For sure, it's going to have to require a collective team effort to really just slowly but surely just get it through the mud, slowly inch up here. As we see that's exactly what Poor Judgement is doing here. They managed to get control of the zone here. They want to make sure they can get control of it here. They don't want to go into the penalty points. You see the Reef Slider going out, at least dislodging some members of Blitzwave, but unfortunately that Dread does go out. Now a counter Reef Slider is actually quickly denied by Osmo on the pencil here. Really nicely done, as now in a great position to take the lead here. Poor Judgement could easily turn things really out of control here, especially since the players on the side of Blitzwave are a little bit staggered, but eventually they will find their way into the zone yet again. Still very, very intense fighting here, as neither side is giving an inch.
even if Poor Judgment found a way to get the lead right there, they weren't going to hold zone that much longer. It's difficult to use your specials to get control of the zone and also have enough left over to create some sort of lockout, which is why both teams are stuck in this awkward back and forth stalemate right here as we approach the halfway mark. But also, both teams are trying to get reacquainted with each other. We didn't see the first set, so we don't know if there's any adjustments coming out from Blitzwave, but right now Blueberry's struggling to find some way to be effective on the right side of the map right here, although holding on to that bubble, which, well, they just sliced He-Win, or Heaven, however you want to pronounce that, in half. That'll open up the door for Poor Judgment.
Yeah, and then you see the counter Reef Slider, just special trading throughout here, but still, it's Blitzwave in control majority of the zone. This Crab won't quite find much value, especially since it's being isolated. Fall Hole will at least manage to find a pick going into the favor of Poor Judgment, but they need to hop onto the zone eventually. Maybe just trying to get this E leader uncomfortable might be the way to do it here, so they have some more space to get in. They will manage to take control of the zone, but still, that is a very good lead to really hold on to here, but Blitzwave has not really been left uncomfortable in many situations. They've really held their side pretty effectively. Any attacks that Poor Judgment has had onto their zone, they've been able to respond in kind, especially as you see right there that Zuka managing to take out that Dualies.
So here's the win condition for Blitzwave, because if you're Poor Judgment, you can't just rely on that Dread Ringer anymore to auto-cap the zone and bring it into your favor, because they can just hold their Re-Slider as well and just like kind of neutralize each other, which it seems like to be what they're doing. And then you basically just have to strike the zone if you're Blitzwave right now, considering the other player's Dreadringer is already dead, but that's going to do it right here. Yeah, no way they're going to cap the zone. Blitzwave 3-0 today against Poor Judgment, looking to make it 4-0 and moving on to losers finals.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really nice, just knowing the good pace of game from Blitzwave, knowing when to concede the zone just ever for a second there, and then eventually just win the war of attrition by getting back into the zone with their own specials. They're really nicely done. Just collectively being able to just look at the special economy, you touched about it a little bit with those dreads, being able to just counter out each other with the Reef Sliders really came down to just the other specials. I mean, the Crab on the side of Poor Judgment and then the Zuka on the side of Blitzwave. They're just being able to interact with each other. They're just a little bit better for Blitzwave there as they take game one. Now it is Poor Judgment's counter pick.
It is, and this is a best of 3 set, so win and take care of business. Let's see here, as we're looking a little bit deeper into this. Of course, whoever wins this one's going to go on to play Splatoon 4, which is, it seems like the real prize of this tournament, to go ahead and play whatever the next installment of Splatoon is going to be. And hopefully that comes out after the Switch 2 is released. I guess we can talk about that a little bit more later. So if you're Poor Judgment, you have lost twice to this opposing team. Last time they picked Rainmaker at Humpback. That obviously didn't go well for them. Now they're going to go with Tower Control and Hagglefish Market. So seemingly this is like the other option that they could pick at this point other than going to Clam Blitz. But like, what is the adjustment Poor Judgment needs to see here? I mean, you've lost 3 times to this team. This has been the only team, mind you, to beat Poor Judgment, and they seem to be the kryptonite that's just completely knocking them out, because Poor Judgment is really struggling to keep up with them.
Yeah, you just can't let it get to your head, and I like this pick a lot by Poor Judgment. TC Hagglefish Market, I've seen them time and time again, just seeing them personally scrim others in this match, really dominate in this particular map mode, so this seems to be their specialty. They just need to make sure that they do not falter, at least mentally. I mean, that showing against them in winner's bracket was not obviously what you want from Poor Judgment here, but you just got to take it one game at a time here. You just can't afford to get into your head, because mentality is a big part of things here. But I would be surprised if Poor Judgment changed their comp. I mean, they've been consistent on those 4 there. The dualies with the Crab has just kind of been their specialty, kind of been their calling card here. On the other side, though, of Blitzwave, again, not really much known to me in particular what they may run. They might run back the same thing there. I mean, I do like the Zuka just for helping just keep pressure on that Crab here, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Game 2, possibly match set here, going into the favor of Blitzwave. There's, well, there's still an E leader. This time it is the Kraken variant. So be it. Kraken works out really well in this map. It kind of forces control of mid to make the other team barrel out to the left and the right flanks there. If you have somebody set up for a trap, you can really take care of it. But we do have the Ink Strikes coming out from the side of Poor Judgment as well. It's kind of a GG get off the tower kind of special.
Yeah, I mean, both sides running those trip strikes here, and already off rip, both sides actually losing a player here. Just this E-leader being forced back a little bit, forcing the jump away from that decab, but still, first contact on the tower will be made by Poor Judgment, and we can see why. This is their bad pick. Over on the other side, an E-leader manages to find 2 picks. That is Neo there. Ballhole on control of the tower, manages to get the counteracting trade with that crab there, and this is how Poor Judgment loves to play. They love just cycling specials out, constantly having one up at every single point, every single time, and now you see it right here on the second checkpoint. The trip strikes you out.
Look, if you're going to play Charger in this game, that's not a pencil. Like, if you're going to play E-Leader or Splat Charger, you need to be really good at it. Because you have to make all of your shots count. Unlike that one that just kind of moves. But still, that little double right there by the E-Leader added a lot of value to shutting down the push. Even though Poor Judgment did get control of the first checkpoint, they have a pretty decent lead right now. And it is up to Blitzwave to be on the offensive. So they're going to have to find ways to get that E-Leader going on the offensive side of things. This Kraken might be the way to do just that.
Yeah, you see here on this left side, just trying to see if they can keep presence on that left side, just fall hole, just again, trying to see if they can maybe even bait some players over there. You see 2 players, the Zap and the Slosher now, just trying to see if they can fight up this side. No ground has been given up by either side here, just a bunch of specials being thrown out. Eventually, the first pick of this fight will go into the favor of Blitzwave there. Really nicely done. As you see now, continue to move forward, but quickly shut down by that decab. They're just very, very smart. Very slow game we've seen, at least in Game 1, and now in Game 2 similarly. I mean, if you just ignore the beginning of this so far.
Which, you know, nobody would be ignoring this. The losers semifinals of Low Ink here, as we just now approach the halfway mark. Blitzwave really struggling to get anything kind of going. I like this flank coming out from Heaven along the left side to try to force some initiative into the middle. And that will at least get the tower moving, but there come the GG strikes kind of thrown all at once right there. So now they're not going to have anything to really slow down this push. Blueberry's trying to take some fights away from the tower, but it's not going to be enough to stop this. This checkpoint should fall, and they're not going to have those strikes ready to go. No? Wait, what happened here? Why are we not riding the tower? Who died?
It doesn't look like any player was really in position. I believe it was either the Slosher or the Zap just unable to really stay there, and a little bit of a falter there will lead to Poor Judgment at least surviving that one. Maybe not for much longer if the Zuka has anything to say about it, as 2 players are now Poor Judgment fall, and the push is reignited here. You see the decab just putting the pressure on the leader, forcing them to look the other way, and now just left uncomfortable. But now it's Cosmo's turn to maybe get a pick there, and you see now the crab also being popped on the side of Poor Judgment. The strength of Poor Judgment's comp is you have so many specials to really stall out these pushes. You have those GG strikes, you have the crab as well, and obviously you have to worry about Blueberry on a potential flank with that decav.
And you're going to get a lot of strikes with that, as strikes are immediately being thrown out right here. You've got 1:20 left to go. The win condition for Poor Judgment, get those strikes and just make sure that they are thrown when they get to that second checkpoint, or that first checkpoint. Mind you, Blitzwave hasn't even passed his first checkpoint, but now they got a nice window to do so until Blueberry shuts down what could have been a flank, trades with some other player, but now they got a Kraken ready to kind of chill onto the tower. That might be enough to get him across there. Suction Bomb from around the world somehow gets a splat on somebody, and now snaps out the pencil in midair, and they still are holding on to that Kraken. That's going to be lead for Blitzwave with 45 seconds left to go, and they're showing no signs of slowing down.
Just playing Duck Hunt there, and all it takes sometimes is one push to eventually get things going. Now all the pressure on Poor Judgment. You need to get a stop onto this tower if you need to force overtime here, but the points keep coming, Popgun. They keep coming here. You see the Kraken now being popped as well to create so much space now past that pivotal checkpoint number 2. It is so difficult to get through that checkpoint, usually requiring several team fights here, but just in one fell swoop. Already taken now. Blitzwave now with the opportunity to try to force overtime here Poor Judgment need to get onto the tower and need to force a Blitz Wave defense here, but still, the Quakes are still coming out here, now ticking down to 8. Now you see the Zuka being popped here, just trying to dislodge all these members. Finds 2 with that, and that will probably do it right there, unless a miracle can be pulled out here. You see Blueberry on the tower, but the GG Strikes are waiting, they are lurking, and that will be game 2 and the set. Now, Blitz Wave move on, knocking down the number 1 seeded Poor Judgment.
Duck hunted. Poor Judgment, the number 1 seed, only lost to 1 team today, and they couldn't take a single game off of them. We found the kryptonite. It is Blitz Wave, the Division 6 team who's currently 1-1 Division 6, moving on to at least making podium, if not better, in this tournament. They've already moved on to losers finals, and they're got a rematch against the team who just knocked them down here as well. Same story applies. The blah blah hard to beat the same team twice. Well, somebody forgot to tell Blitz Wave. It is 4-0'd one of the best teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes lightning strikes twice. This is the perfect moment to just start firing things, firing on all cylinders there. And hey, you might believe the saying that to be the best, you must beat the best. Well, you just beat them twice here, so could we see yet again a continuous Cinderella story? We'll just have to wait and see here, but Splatoon 4 is awaiting them. Like you mentioned, they've already beaten them before in a 3-1 set. We're going to be moving to best of 5 here, but we'll be taking a very short break before then, so don't go anywhere.
What? Who's taking a break?
Oh, for not taking a break? No?
No!
All right.
Breaks are for losers, and we are not losers. And plus, we want to get this over with so that we can all go hang out with our wife and kid, who are being very patient downstairs, waiting for Dad to come downstairs. So I guess we can't go outside today. It looks pretty bad outside, so maybe we won't do that. Hey, Rocket, Splatoon 4.
Yes.
Apparently, we're going to get a glimpse at what Splatoon 4 has. Do you think Splatoon 4 is going to have soda in it?
Soda? Not exactly sure about that, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, my eyes might be deceiving me. I believe we saw a little bit of a Recyclebrella? Question mark.
Well, okay, so that'll definitely be in Splatoon 4. Will it be viable in the actual Splatoon 4? Who knows? Wait, I honestly know nothing about Recyclebrella. I played in a solo match against 2 Recyclebrellas on the other team, and I legit had no idea what was going on. It seemed like they were teleporting all over the map. Maybe they were lagging, I don't know. But do you know anything about the Recyclebrella, if we're actually going to see it at a moment?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure about the sub. I know the special is Splashdown. I mean, I can see the vision for that because of the recent patch. You can see a slight buff to Splashdown. Similarly, being able to paint a zone. I believe Keeley on Mako Mart zones, it's able to single-handedly cap the zone with just a Splashdown in the middle of it. So that might be a reason. But besides that, I have no idea why. I mean, I don't know what else could be viable for Recyclebrella besides just, I don't know, smacking people with it. That should be a new feature in Splatoon 4, by the way. Just being able to just melee people with the umbrella.
Why not? I mean, you can use the, what is a Splatana? It's like a squeegee, isn't it?
Yes.
What is the Stamper? Is that a chainsaw? Or like, what is it supposed to be? Because like all these weapons are actually based on like something. You know, like Splat Dualies are kind of based on like water guns. GooTuber is based on that thing you put in your toilet to like unclog it. Not a plunger, but like a little snake tube or something like that. Dapples are toothbrush.
It's really hard to tell, honestly. I mean, you're probably right about the chainsaw thing. I'm like, I mean, to me, it kind of looks like a fishing pole. Like, now the more I'm looking at it, it kind of looks like if you stuck a chainsaw blade onto a fishing pole. Like, yeah, like now that I'm looking at it a little bit, like I'm looking at a Google image of it right now, I can kind of see like bottom half of it.
Shoutouts to our streamer, the lovely and talented Ink Fair, who I found out yesterday apparently beat my team when we played in Low Ink against each other back in 2019. And ever since I found out about that, I've been upset. But so Ink Fair says the Splatana Stamper resembles a chainsaw and elongated wheeled date stamp. So that's what our wiki says. Now, here's my other question. I am 34 and a half years old. What the hell is an elongated wheeled date stamp? That's just like, is that okay? So that's just something like when you stamp like a check or something. There's no way anybody like actually uses any of these things anymore. Okay, so that's what it actually looks like.
Yep,
That's
there it is,
crazy.
right there on your screen. I couldn't tell you myself either. I have never seen or heard of that thing in my entire life. I'm just gonna keep calling it a chainsaw fishing pole and just live with.
Oh yeah, that's now I've seen stamps that you use for like ink that are like kind of that big but not necessarily that shaped. But yeah, a chainsaw sounds a lot better and more graphic. I mean, it's pretty graphic to use that weapon. Regardless, now we are getting into this loser's final set. Splatoon 4 in parentheses we win, taking on Blitzwave in a rematch. The weapons we're going to be seeing here, that is a rapid blaster to go along with that recycled umbrella. As you mentioned, Soda still coming out there. So that is confirmed. In Splatoon 4, Soda will still be a thing, and I'm sure it'll still be stupid broken as it is today.
I'm sure here, but already off to a firing start, Splatoon 4 managing to take out 2 players, the Keely, the E-leader in Neo, and the Zap. That means that Cooler will be delayed. We will not be having a little bit of Soda, at least a little bit for some time here for Blitzwave, but already off to hot start. You see there the Soda will be popped by Splatoon 4, which has really enabled them to really hunker down now.
Doing a good job on this lockout, and there's the recycled umbrella. Something we haven't seen anywhere close to this stage of Low Ink in the past right now, is there's a reslider that just gets absolutely destroyed. And things are not looking good for Blitzwave right now. They got their E-leader pushed up, basically trying to at least scare everybody on the side of Splatoon 4, and it looks like they're able to do just that long enough to get control of the zone.
Sure here, and now actually being forced back very, very quickly there. Blitzwave already back in control of the zone now. Points go really, really fast for Mahi now, especially since the entire map has been just revealed now, giving them an opportunity to have a little bit more space, almost to this reef slider that should come out here shortly, maybe to get rid of that bubble. No, being forced back. We'll take a 1-for-1 trade, as actually the reef slider was attempted to be made out, but canceled out as right back into the swing of things. Splatoon 4 now just trying to see if they can push back against Blitzwave here, but Keely, I feel like that reef slider is just going to come in real handedly for just Blitzwave, constantly trying to get back into the zone. Yeah,
on a map like this, all you gotta do is just kind of run forehead into that little post thing, and it's at least enough to stall it out. But the issue, okay, it worked out right there, but the issue so far is that the reslider keeps dying before it can be deployed. And now they're not going to have a reslider ready to go, so they're going to have to get some splats, which it looks like they're able to do. Why is that player all the way out there? A little bit of discombobulation coming out the side of Splatoon 4 right now. And that'll probably lead to the lead change going into the favor of Blitzwave. The question is, are they going to have the specials necessary to extend this lockout and try to get a KO?
I mean, yeah, you take a look at the specials on the side of Splatoon 4 here, and they're not really good specials for retaking. I mean, you have the splashdown there. I mean, right on cue right there. Never mind, might not even need the specials. Being able to get these key picks, managing to take out both the shooters on the side of Blitzwave here, continuing to move forward. Now Neo just trying to reposition themselves. 3 members now located, and now just trying to see if they can get some easy pickings here. You see on this left side, Heaven has a reef slider available. Will they use it here to get control of the zone, especially since now that Splatoon 4 is out of their penalty, they need to go soon here. Interesting not to use it on the zone here, and unfortunately punished. That will lead to the lead now being in Splatoon 4's favor.
Now, even if they landed that on the zone, it wouldn't have been enough to completely cap it into their favor. But yeah, they're going for the splat versus at least stalling the zone. And right now, this one's going to be over before it even gets an opportunity for a comeback situation by Blitzwave. Splatoon 4 takes the lead and takes game 1 in this best-of-5 set.
Hey, and we saw that Recycle Umbrella. It was doing real good damage there. I mean, it wasn't really the one to cap control of the zone per se, but it creates so much space with that splashdown. And the sub is Toxic Mist, which is why I forget it. Sometimes I forget that Toxic Mist is even a sub. I just rarely see it here. But I mean, in this type of comp, that Splatoon 4 is running. It can really provide a lot of value there, especially just setting up some easy kills for maybe, say, the Rapid Blaster, just really basically have them have easy pickings. They're just constantly being able to chip. But it was really fascinating to see that Splatoon 4 was able to win that just because of the specials they had comparing them to Blitzwave.
No, it was 100% the recycled umbrella. I mean, they just didn't know how to fight. You know what's interesting? Slosher traditionally has been a good way to fight standard umbrellas. You can just kind of arc your sloshes over the little shield and attack from above. We saw a situation there where it was the recycle umbrella, which is brand new to Splatoon 3, being fought by the Dread Ringer, which is also brand new to Splatoon 3. So it's the same battle, just different armor, different sets of weapons that are being used over the course of the years. But that time the recycle got the better of the dreaded Dread Ringer. As we move on now to Game 2, and just like we were talking about, poor Judgement having an issue getting past Blitzwave. This is the only team to knock out Blitzwave so far today, and they're still struggling to find answers against them. So a little rock, paper, scissors action going on here as we head into Game 2, which is going to be played on Splat Zones yet again, this time Robo Ramen, hoping to get better use out of the resliders this time around.
Yeah, this is one of Dread's better maps in terms of just using that reef slider to be able to take control of that zone. I mean, Mahi Mahi is also one of those maps as well. Just unfortunate that Splatoon 4 was able to get that one. It's just, again, that Recycle umbrella with that splashdown, something to keep an eye on, because usually nowadays you usually have like the typical 3 weapons of roles. You usually have your back lines, you have your mid line, whatever you might say, and then you get like one free wild card. Really, that wild card really kind of just shows your identity as a team. And evidently in Splatoon 4, it's Recycle umbrella here. Will they stick with it though? It is going to be a big question, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still stuck with it here as we load in to game number 2, taking a look at things. No major changes from Splatoon 4. On the other side, taking a look, and we see the E-Leader yet again, but no real changes there either, so we're just going to hop straight into it.
Can we just clip you out of context saying no major changes in Splatoon 4? And just use that, because that's a little bit of a depressing thing to say out loud without context here. But for the team that is currently 1-0 in this set, it makes sense. Hacklebob just killed Heaven. That's another horrible thing to say out of context. This is not going well for anybody here, except for Splatoon 4, who currently has control of the zone.
For sure, here Hacklebob will unfortunately go down to that Dread on that right side. But
Heaven's revenge!
Presence has been made here. You see so much of Blitzwave trying to recollect all this space, but Splatoon 4 is not giving them any space to really operate with here. Just being forced back. Neo just trying to get a great pick there. That's a good start, killing Tetra on the... I believe that is the decal. That's not right. That's not what the weapon you were using here is. You have now in control of the zone with that cooler as well, narrow there on that left side with that zap, being able to try to paint in. You see Tetra on that decaf, managing to find one here, and although they did lose the zone very, very briefly, Splatoon 4 back in business already.
You know, I believe it was Gaysicle of iTap who once said how ridiculous, how like we get so hype over a charger getting a splat and just thinking it's the coolest thing ever, even though it's just like one splat and doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. It's still kind of cool to see the E-Leader who just died to the Recycle umbrella somehow shoot through all the nonsense that they're seeing on their screen and find the 1 pixel necessary to eliminate somebody on the complete opposite side of the map. That has been kind of the difference for Blitzwave in the previous set, but right now Neo's backs off into their own corner, and they're trying. You see them trying to push up here, and okay, no, we switch over to the N-Zap, who's starting to move up as well. But a couple of splats going down on the side of Splatoon 4, but that reslider is going to be starting to build up. If they can find a way to hold on to the zone and then use that release slider on top of it, Blitzwave can get back into the action here and possibly find a way to get lead.
Yeah, and this is where I think Blitzwave can really succeed. I mean, now that you have the zone, you have control of most of the area, you can really set up your E-Leader in a great position, unless Hacklebob has anything to say about it. Managing to find 2 there, and I think the reason why, I mean, weapons like E-Leader and Blasters, I feel like I get a lot more hyped about in terms of like getting kills, is just because of like the satisfying noise it makes to just instantly pop somebody. It's just a nice noise to hear here. But yet again, though, although Blitzwave were able to get into the zone and looked very, very poised to really set themselves up, really quick counterattack from Splatoon 4, and now they're taken down here past their penalty.
Oh, I gotta agree with your blaster comment when you landed a blaster direct with someone. You can hear the concussion that you are giving them. It's such a great sound to it right now, as Splatoon 4 isn't going to hold on to the zone much longer, but still a good chunk of the lead built up with about 2 minutes left to go. And again, how's Blitzwave going to get back into this one? They need to find ways to start pushing up and activate their E-Leader, but they can't really do anything. As soon as that restarter gets blasted, both their shooters get sent back to their spawn, and they're all forced to retreat. So it's just coming down to, what is Blitzwave going to do? Yeah, they can get back control of the zone, but are they going to be able to do it to where they can get enough resources to get into position to create that lockout? Because Splatoon 4 is not making any mistakes right now, and Blitzwave kind of needs them to make the mistake to get back into this one.
I feel like that's another clip that can be taken out of context. Splatoon 4 will not be making any mistakes. We'll have to wait and see when it releases. For sure here, but already now down to the 10 tick mark. Splatoon 4 look like they're just be able to take this one unless any player on the side of Blitzwave is able to contest it in time. No, unfortunately, Dread just caught out of a position, not able to get that Reef Slider onto the zone. You saw the paint that could have been able to contest it, but just a little bit too late there, as now up 2-0 here. Splatoon 4 looking for the clean sweep.
Now I'm trying to look back at the previous set these two teams played, because Blitzwave did take one game off of them in a 1-3 loss. Let's see, they played on Splat Zone Ship Shape. Splatoon 4 won that. So Splatoon 4 has now is now 3-0 against Blitzwaves and Splat Zones exclusively. They won on Rainmaker Humpback. Wait, they didn't win all of these. Maybe I just... Oh, wait, no. I was wrong. Blitzwave won on Splat Zone Ship Shape. So they started off 1-0, so they've lost 6 straight to this team in particular. So that's probably why they're picking Splat Zones again. But I don't think they're going to pick Splat Zone Ship Shape here exclusively, even though that's the one win that they have. But they played Rainmaker twice. They couldn't get wins on there, and they played Tower Control, Hagglefish, and they lost there as well. There's one other mode they could pick, and there's somebody in chat who would be very happy if they were to decide to pick this particular mode. But we'll wait and see if that actually happens. But to me, it's the only other option they have to go with, because you've lost to them twice on Rainmaker. The Tower Control game obviously didn't go well. You need to find some sort of solution to this spiral you've been in against this team in particular. Why not give it a shot? I hear Recycled Brella really works well in that mode.
Yeah, for sure, but I mean, you're just trying to find something to deal with this Recycled Umbrella, because I mean, Blitzwave has yet to find that answer yet. But yeah, the mode that shall not be named quite yet unless it is picked here, I wouldn't mind it at all. I mean, also as well. But it really just depends on what Blitzwave really wants to do here. Do they just stick with the same comp? If so, I'm not exactly sure Tower would be the pick. I mean, Reef Slider isn't quite effective on that. Maybe for maps, certainly, maybe in maybe the second checkpoint on Hagglefish Market could be the pick here. We don't have to really speculate anymore, as it will be Tower Control Macomer. I do like this choice here, giving a little bit of use for the geometry of the map, really allowing the Dread to get under ledges, being able to camp those ledges, something that a Recycle can't really deal with.
But if you got the Blaster on the other side, in Tower Control as well, I could see Splatoon 4 looking at this and saying, all right. Now, maybe, there's no weapon that's absolutely horrible here. There's obviously weapons that are better than others. I don't know enough about if you were hoping for, in-depth Recycle Umbrella analysis, sorry. I barely know what a stamper, an ink stamper is, apparently. So I don't really know if it's a good or bad matchup here. But yeah, I think you're right. I think they're just trying to find ways to activate their Dread Ringer. They being Blitzwave, they can activate their Dread Ringer a little bit, but I don't really think Splatoon 4 is looking at this and be like, oh no, TC Mako Mart. This is our Achilles heel. This is the one game you could absolutely beat us on. I don't see that.
Yeah, and you kind of pick sometimes just thinking about it like a double-edged sword. Like, yes, we'll be able to enable our players like this, but on the other side, just be aware, they did have a blaster that did cause a lot of damage on Robo Ramen Zone, so maybe they have a little bit of a plan brewing here, maybe to counteract that stuff, but yeah, it's just really all just down to strategy here. Both teams have kind of put most of their cards on the table here. Is this now the opportunity for Blitzwave to kind of throw something that not only Splatoon 4 hasn't seen, but we haven't seen quite yet? Maybe just throwing out some guesses here, maybe a Luna Blaster. I've seen a lot of Luna Blaster Neos nowadays. Maybe could be another good counter to Recycle Umbrella. I mean, Blaster is just being able to just hit around that saying, yeah, no, you have a shield, cool, I'm just going to hit you from the side here. But taking a look at things, still same comp from Splatoon 4. Will there be any changes on the other side? We do see that a blaster. Yep, there's a blaster. And the Kraken E-Leader.
That is the exact opposite of a Luna Blaster. Instead, it is the Range Blaster. A Respawn Punisher Range Blaster against a team that's using Soda. That is definitely a choice. Not a wise one, but a choice to be made nonetheless. Hey, if you get a lot of splats with that thing, especially on the end zap before they can get the soda out, maybe it'll work out. But that is a very high risk and extremely minimum reward option they're choosing to go with right there.
It is an interesting choice here, but will it be a good one? I mean, I love Blaster for Mako Mart. Again, another weapon that can really use its geometry well here. You see Neo just trying to be that distraction of a crack and say, hey, look at me, while the rest of Blitzwave can move in with that push. But so far, Splatoon 4 is still slowly but surely making its way towards that first checkpoint here, continuing their success. You see Tetra maybe trying to go in, will be taken out by that aforementioned range blaster here, but so far slow but steady progress will be made. However, the first checkpoint has not been popped yet.
And yeah, you want that. If you are Blitzwave, you want to make sure you don't steal any kills from Heaven. You want to make sure Heaven gets all the splats with no assist, because not only does it send you back to spawn and make you sit there a little bit longer, the real value to it for you is that the enemy team's special gets drained a lot more as well. So it is a special killer if you get splats with. The problem is it works against you every single time you get splatted. But right now, it is Splatoon 4 that is trying to push up to this first checkpoint. You got Hacklebob with a blaster that they've been using this entire set so far. Not going to survive the tower. I think a bomb took them out. And here comes a Kraken E-Leader that needs to get that splat, because as soon as they lose that the Kraken, they're just kind of a sitting duck. But a nice trade back and forth right there. And all this action, almost nothing is happening on the scoreboard. 2 minutes gone by, nobody's cleared a checkpoint.
Yeah, but similarly what we saw in the previous set, sometimes it just takes one push to really change an entire game here. This could be the opportunity that now Blitzwave wants here, now threatening that first checkpoint. Although 2 players down, setting themselves up in a great position to really do so, but the overwhelming numbers will force them back here. Both sides at least touching that first checkpoint, but no real progress being made in terms of the overall point total here. The fight for this left side, this left stack, will just be in a neutral, as both players will fall there, but still just a lot of just fighting here. Eventually, in a 3 players down situation, though, you see Splatoon 4 moving up slowly but surely. You have the bubble protecting the tower, and that certainly will be the first checkpoint pop.
And that will be 2 minutes left to go right now. Oh, I think that that Killer Whale just got another splat. I was about to say, I would think this push would be over at this first checkpoint, but now they're going to kind of parlay this into possibly the second checkpoint right now, as this player has to jump out into a splashdown. Jumping out was the worst thing they could have done, and they found out at the absolute worst time. But now here comes Blitzwave trying to throw literally all of everything they have left onto the tower. It's not going to be enough, as this third checkpoint now is in danger of falling. Everybody jumping on top of it here.
Oof.
They somehow hold on, though.
A quick wipeout will keep, just by a hair, Blitzwave alive here, but it's going to be one hell of a push if you're trying to get back from this. A great pick onto Hacklebob will create a situation where now you're fighting a 4v3 with a lot of time to really work with. Now 2 players in total falling on the side of Splatoon 4. Slowly but surely that tower is returning its way back to mid, but with that time you see Splatoon 4 now just hunkering down their defense here. You see Heaven on this left side with that range blaster just trying to create space here, just denying any space over here. But first checkpoint has not been popped quite yet, as there's still fierce fighting around it.
The only way Blitzwave somehow wins this one is if Heaven gets like a quad somehow and just coast for the rest of the way on the tower. Conjunction with the Kraken, though, going all over the place, displacing the members of Splatoon 4 as they clear that first checkpoint and ends up in a pretty decent spot as well. So I like how Neo ended that Kraken so that they're in a good spot to get things going offensively, pushing that tower. However, Hacklebob said, nah, we're putting an end to that little merry-go-round with your Kraken nonsense right there. But still, Blitzwave isn't completely out of this yet. They did clear one checkpoint with that, and they got enough time to get one more push going. It's a huge mountain to climb, though.
It's gonna be, especially with the specials of Splashdown and Killer Whale. That combination can be deadly, basically providing no space really to stay on that tower if you're on the side of Blitzwave here. 5 seconds left. Cooler's up. This is the situation that you want. Both sides do have coolers, so you're going to see some fierce fighting. Neo does go down early, though. That Kraken will be late coming back, yes, but it will be back really, really quickly. Heaven now camping down this ledge. You see the Wave Breaker going out as well. Specials going out everywhere. Neo's back with this Kraken. You see the Zuka now being popped. Two members on the side of Splatoon 4 have fallen. Now a good opportunity to move in, but there's that Splashdown. That Splashdown I was talking about. Unable to hop onto the tower in time with the Kraken to stall it out. Splatoon 4 will clean up that fight, and with that, now taking a clean 3-0 sweep, now moving on.
The GG splashdown onto the tower, and Neo recognized it was coming in just a little bit too late before they could do anything about it. Thought they could crack it and just hop onto the tower, get across that final checkpoint, but one push. I believe Splatoon 4 only had one legit push, and they just steamrolled and just kept moving down and cleared all 3 checkpoints in one opportunity. Shoutouts to Blitzwave for trying something. They used an extremely risky playstyle and it just didn't work. But you've lost 5 straight to the team. You got to try something else. Blitzwave will still go out as a heavy underdog that found themselves onto podium of this competitive lowing. So hats off to that. But it's Splatoon 4. We win. Who's won? And they're moving on.
Yep, and now that sets us up for an interesting grand finals here. Idiots in Chat versus Splatoon 4, we win. On one side, you have the Idiots in Chat. You know them, you love them. On the other side, you have a Recycle Umbrella. So, I mean, based on how you want to look at it, which side are you really rooting for here? I mean, it's a very interesting grand finals to set us up in, but yeah, like you mentioned there, Blitzwave have definitely put their name on the map. They're definitely a team to keep an eye out for in the future, but the Idiots in Chat have been waiting. They have been waiting for their opportunity here, and they have a really good opportunity here now with being the winners out of grand finals. They just have to win this one set, and they win the entirety of Low Ink here on the other side of Splatoon 4. They need to win this set to force bracket reset.
Oh, there's no secret who I'm rooting for. It is. You can never give the Idiots in Chat anything. They should never have anything to celebrate because they're idiots and they're in chat. So that's their own problem. So we'll see if Splatoon 4 can save us all. We are actually going to take a break this time, though, because we're going to let everybody get set up. And you guys, the actual Idiots in Chat, you need to go get some popcorn. You need to go use the restroom because you are about to see the best set of competitive Splatoon that not only have you seen up to this point, but you will see at any point in the rest of your life. So get prepared for that coming up next with more action of Low Ink here on IPL.
We are back. We have returned for the game that will end all games here. We have the conclusion of Low Inc. March 2025. The Idiots in Chat versus Splatoon 4. We win. I'm still Rocket, joined by the one and only Mr. Popgun here. And what a set we have in store for us.
So for those of you who don't have access to the match chat, which is everybody who's not in the current VC we're in right now, apparently as the teams were waiting, the player named I Eat Tennis Balls, which raises a lot more questions, but we won't dive deeper into that. Ask us the question. Can you name 3 neighboring countries of France without Googling? And the answer is yes, that we can. So we've outsmarted the enemy team. What player is that team on? They're from the Idiots in Chat, aren't they?
Yes, of course.
What an idiot in chat thing to say. Well, to be on brand. Anyways, both these teams are Div 5. They are not in the same group, so no, they don't actually play each other unless they made playoffs to Div 5. But what a rematch that would be if they could find a way to make that happen. But right now, the Idiots in Chat have been on the stage before. They've come in from the loser side in the December Grand Finals of Low Inc. So it's been 3 months to get them back into this position. This time around, they're coming in from the winner's side, so they know exactly what it's like coming from Splatoon 4 and this situation that they're in, because the idiots in chat did force a bracket reset against Flipside for ultimately losing and finishing in second place. Can they get the job done here is the question.
That is the true question, and I hope you're not sick of Macomart, because we're going right back there. This time on zones, though, game number 1, just jumping straight into this. Will we be seeing the idiots in chat take it all, or will we be seeing a Recyclebrella dominating in low ink? Let's see what we got in store for us here. Game 1, yep, you know what to expect. Coming out there from Blitzwave on the other side of Splatoon, of idiots in chat, excuse me. Their typical comp as well, so no real surprises there with Mario on that Octobrush.
Oh, I forgot about Nut, buddy. Great. This is great. I'm buckled in and looking forward to a whole set of this nonsense right here. As right now the opening splat goes against Nut, buddy. There we go, Hackle Bob. Oh, immediately they get bowed down by a crab. I'm a Div 5. I believe that is Omazen, who is of the CCA. I've talked to them twice this week. They said they were going to be playing for this team, coming out with Pencil and getting a strong start for the idiots in chat, who have control of the lead and are going to have a pretty decent lockout situation built up right here as well.
Yeah, a great situation to settle yourselves into, especially when you have this lurking Octobrush who's just waiting, daring anyone to drop into the jaws of it. You see there a player will, but actually being forced back by all the specials pretty much, as well as Hacklebomb, managing to find one there. We'll get the trade, yes, but still, maybe a great opportunity now for Splatoon 4 to get back into control of the zone with that splashdown as well. Really nicely done there, as now the penalty is now gone.
All 2 Recyclebrella fans on planet Earth are rejoicing as they are throwing hands and they are starting to connect right now. No penalty points on the side of Splatoon 4, as we do see them just kind of waiting, though, waiting very patiently for the specials to come out from the side of the idiots in chat. Can they endure them? The answer is going to be no. Just bull rushed a couple of players and zip casted them back to their own spawn.
Really nicely done there. You see the Slosher will find one, but now 2 in total down for Splatoon 4, settling themselves up now for a great hold of their own, the idiots in chat here. You see Zyler on this right side with that splash, just trying to hold that stack, such a vital point to hold, and now without any penalty to worry about, this is the go time for Splatoon 4 to start thinking about getting into the zone. You see now Hacklebob and that Decaf, a lot of players now being able to take back that left stack, just trying desperately to use their special, trying to get a foothold here. You see Mario will be forced to jump out here, but a lot of resources were used into getting that zone, and looking at the other side, looking at the top of your screen, you have a Cooler and Trip Shrek available on the side of idiots in chat.
And they're nowhere near any specials themselves, them being Splatoon 4. And oh, by the way, here comes Mario, who's just been a thorn in the side of everybody so far. just tackling players with that special. Doing a good job of making the flanks, losing control of where the enemy team has tracks on them. And it's just been a real issue that Splatoon 4 has not really figured out how to dealt with at this point. Penalty points gone for the idiots in chat as they're going to build up onto their lead. Specials coming out here. Can Hacklebob throw some more hands in just the right angle? Or will they get splatted before they can do so?
And that jump out will be forced. A splash down coming out from that Recycle Bell will lead to a 3-down situation here. Just left to the pen, left to run for the hills. Live to fight another day. Splatoon 4 back into control of the zone here. You need to make this hold a good one, because idiots in chat have been really, really patient. They have been able to get in due time. Really efficient in their retakes here, but now no more penalty will be had. They can't afford to be patient too longer. You see the Cooler being popped already. The Trip Strike actually being denied a little bit. Only 2 strikes will be deployed in total, and just right on cue. This is a great opportunity here for Splatoon 4 to continue to snowball this out of control, now down to the 30-point mark.
Oh, they're going to get this one. Buddy survives it, but it's not going to be enough to hold on to the lead as Splatoon 4 survives all of that nonsense being taken away from the zone. And now it's just one player left inside for the zone for the idiots of chat. They get eliminated. Wow, Splatoon 4. The dust settles and they take game 1.
I'm gonna need like at least a 5-page essay of how that splashdown didn't kill that bucket, but it didn't really matter in the end. I mean, we saw that although the idiots in chat were able to get a very, very strong lead to begin with, I mean, we saw the strength and the resilience of their own in Splatoon 4. I was talking about it like right on cue there. They needed to get a very strong hold there, and they did. I mean, all it takes is one good defense for things to snowball really out of control, and it did there. As I mean, things looked really, really promising for the idiots in chat. It is just down to one key fight there at the very end, but I mean, really, really impressive to bounce back from that initial deficit there from Splatoon 4.
The good news for the idiots in chat is that Nut Buddy, of all people, has been consistently winning the fights against the recycled umbrella, as they should. It is the natural predator of a umbrella. And even in that situation where it looked like they should have lost, the Slusher's been doing a good job of curving their shots and just like not taking the fight like straight up head to head, but just taking them from angles. And it seems like that's been doing a good job of eliminating that recycled umbrella. So if I'm going into this next game, I'm saying, hey, Nut Buddy, you find that umbrella and you fight them over and over again because you are winning those 1v1s. If we can get those splash downs, which is a weird thing to say, if we could just eliminate the splash downs, they'll open up the rest of things going into our favor there. But that would be the adjustment I would make if I'm the idiots in chat. You find that umbrella and you fight them exclusively because you're doing a good job of eliminating them.
Yeah, and what a map to even be playing Slosher now. Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. This map really lives for that. It gives you the opportunity for Sloshers to really succeed in that. I might be mistaken, but I believe this is the one map that the idiots in chat or not the idiots in chat, Splatoon 4 did change their comp a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. If I remember correctly, I believe I saw a Dynamo. I believe that might have been a different team, but could be something interesting to pay attention to. But I mean, I do love the recycled Burla here again. I mean, they've been running it on all maps, but in this particular one as well, it's similarly a double-edged sword. Splashdown is really good on this map. The Burla shields are really, really annoying to deal with, just being constantly launched out repeatedly there. But who knows? Maybe the idiots in chat have a plan in mind, something similar to what you said.
So just to recap the winner's final set, Game 1 was Splat Zone's Hagglefish. That went to the idiots. Game 2 was a counter pick by Splatoon 4 Rainmaker Humpback. The idiots won that one. Another counter pick by Splatoon 4 Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi. They won that one. And ultimately got knocked out Clan Blitz Barnacle and Dime, which was a counter pick by the idiots in chat. So this map was picked by Splatoon 4 last time, and the idiots in chat were like, you know what? You like this map, but we beat you on it, so we're going to do this again. That is a Forge Pro. Okay. That is coming out there from the side of Splatoon 4, so that's a huge change-up. But yeah, there's the Dynamo coming out from the Pencil player, so they're still going to have Soda, but they got a lot more arcing power they can use on this arcy kind of map.
Interesting. I expected the comp change for Splatoon 4. Didn't think they'd go away from the Recycle Umbrella there. Toxic Mist could have been a really good choice here, but now with that Pro, you do have a Booyah Bomb to really use here. On that left side, though, a little bit on the wrong side is that Forge Pro, as now quickly to that checkpoint is the idiots in chat. They're really being able to get that pop in quick succession. Already 2 players down. A golden opportunity could be awaiting the idiots in chat. Unfortunately, though, being met by that Decapitator, but 3 players down on the side of Splatoon 4. This could really snowball out of control.
It might just do that right here is the pop. Oh, there goes the suction bomb. The random bombs, you turn the corner and you have that Looney Tune moment where you just see your life flash before your eyes, and it's like, well, I'm going back to spawn, aren't I? Yep, and the push gets shut down before it can even get going. Still, damage done for the idiots. A pretty decent lead, not a winnable one, mind you, especially with 3:30 left to go, but they still control in mid. The Zap's trying to do a flank through mid, but they might lose control of the Rainmaker. Even though 2 players are down, they do get there. The decav, nice stall by Splatoon 4, buying enough time for their players that were flanking through mid to catch up to them, because if that door opened up, they never would have got to them. It might have been a KO.
It might have been, yeah, and the points after the checkpoint are so valuable. They come at a premium because, well, they're just really, really hard to get without like a coordinated push or multiple players being down on the other side here. But without really any picks going either side, somehow the idiots in chat have managed to find themselves back into control of mid here. Cooler being popped as well, and with a numbers advantage, never mind, being canceled out actually right there as the Dynamo actually is just trying to see if they can pull some space here. Mario just Spider-Manning around trying to find anything there. Won't quite find much, but still yet deadlocked here as the Rainmaker is, yes, on the side of Splatoon 4, but you see the idiots in chat are just waiting to go pick it up, and there it is.
By the way, well, actually, hold that thought, because we might have a KO coming out right here. This is the last player, Hack-a-Bob. getting eliminated, but here comes the Toothbrush trying to keep things going alive a little bit longer. One remaining. The silver lining here is that you still got half the time left on the clock if you're Splatoon 4. The not so good news is that, well, you got a whole heck of a long way to go, and you're struggling just to get out of your base. Hey, can they make the cheeky play to this checkpoint, though? That'd be step one to getting the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of being pushed all the way back to spawn is you can at least take it the other way. However, with 3 players falling in total, actually, of Splatoon 4, the idiots in chat have been able to stabilize that a little bit here, stopping them from getting that checkpoint here. Great defense all around, and just constantly being able to put up that stone wall, as I believe that's, I mean, the furthest that Splatoon 4 was even able to get into the idiots' side.
Well, speaking of stone walls, how do the idiots get the Rainmaker? I mean, they don't have to. They got the huge lead, but how do you get it right there? You gotta like go all the way behind. Yeah. That's an awkward spot to. Honestly, that's a great spot if you were stalling. Not a great spot if you haven't put a single point up on the board. If you are Splatoon 4, but if they can drop right here, they'll get this checkpoint, and they do. So step 1, and a minute 20 left to go to get a KO to go up 2-0. Although the idiots are doing a good job of swarming and taking just kind of catching Splatoon 4 off guard, knowing that they have to play more aggressive, even though they don't have the map control to do just that yet.
For sure here, and now continuously, they don't really have to push here. The idiots in chat don't really have to push at all. I mean, they're just playing this very, very patiently. I mean, you can't go for much more than one besides just ending the game outright, but do you want to take that risk? I mean, they're already down 2 players now, and they are, I mean, the Splatoon 4 is just trying to get this pick as quickly as possible so they can have some progress on their side. Now jumping that Rainmaker carrier, they will fall now. 38 seconds really to work with, and overtime looming. Overtime in Rainmaker is such a scary experience, because as the Rainmaker carrier, the entire game is on your shoulders. You better dodge and weave every single player, every single bomb, every single special coming up to you, but will they even be able to pick up the Rainmaker?
I like it when you have the lead to play like you don't have the lead. However, when you just got 1 remaining, like, what are you going to do? At this point, bleeding time off the clock is the right way. And look where they picked it up. They're in, like, the exact opposite spot. They're so far away from where they need to go, and they're in a perfect spot to get flanked from behind as well, as we see somebody collapsing down onto the Rainmaker. Ooh. Nice job by Hacklebob to stop it, but now they got to splat 3 other players on their own. Not going to happen. The idiots in chat win on Humpback Rainmaker again to tie up the set 1 apiece.
Yeah, and that was their counter pick, so that's what they wanted there. They picked smartly, and they dominated on it. I mean, all it took really was 1 consecutive push, just one push, just really at the beginning there, kind of setting the pace for the rest of the game, playing at their own pace, and managing to get that lead just out of really arm's reach, really just giving them an opportunity to just play keep away the rest of the game. That's what the idiots in chat want to do. Now, on the other side of Splatoon 4, you might want to bring back out that Recycle Umbrella. I mean, that is the one game we didn't see them bring out that Recycle Umbrella, and they lost it. So maybe that is a little bit of their magic that they weren't able to use there. So could envision them seeing it here again, but it is their counter pick now.
So I went back and looked at the VOD of the winner's final set of Rainmaker Humpback while that one was going on. Splatoon 4 changed up a lot from that last comp. The last time they played there, they used Recycle, a Slosher, and Dapple Dualies. They changed 3 weapons on the same map and mode against the same opponent. Now, they lost both times, but that might give you an indication of what's to come in the future. Splatoon 4 isn't afraid to completely reshuffle the deck and try something different in a rematch scenario. This is Tower Control Art Academy, the first time these 2 teams have played on this one against each other. But that might be a sign of things to come. We might see a lot more changes coming from Splatoon 4. If you're willing to change 75% of your comp in one particular mode against the same opponent, you might have something else up your sleeve later. Probably not here, though. Probably not here.
Yeah, I mean, TC Inkblood Art Academy is the counter pick here. A very interesting map in terms of like how it's structured. I mean, it is always an uphill climb, elevation disadvantage the entire way up here. And I'm already thinking, I mean, if you're going back to that Recycle Umbrella for Splatoon 4, we already saw the GG Splashdown work once on Macomart in their previous set. We're gonna see probably some of that again if they're able to get that lead. But yes, I would be surprised if Splatoon 4 didn't bring out that patented recycle umbrella. It worked well there. I mean, like you mentioned, you still have to worry about that slosher on the other side, on the side of idiots in chat. But now 2 games in, I'm sure both teams have gotten a little bit familiar with what the other is running. I'm sure the secret is out now with the recycle umbrella. Let's see if we be brought out here. Game 3, Liz, happening right now.
Keep in mind, the idiots in chat are now de-rusted from the hour wait that they had for Grand Finals to get started for them. So now they're in a groove. Ooh. They're going back to the pencil. They got Crab coming out as well. That is a different umbrella altogether. It's got a bubbler and line marker. That might be the first line marker to ever exist in Grand Finals of LoL.
I mean, yeah. I think I saw a line marker earlier from a Rapid Blaster, but not here. Not here, I don't believe. We see here now Xyler actually managing to find one. Also being able to cancel out that bubble. That is huge now, as continuously moving forward towards this first checkpoint is going to be very, very key. It is in chat. Able to get that pretty quickly without much resistance. Now this true fight will begin here. Everywhere you go, you will have to look up to destroy your opponent. You have Xyler now on this left side with that Crab, just providing that artillery and covering fire, but slowly but surely still, the push is still moving forward.
This is going out of control for Splatoon 4 very quickly. This is not the setup you want to see if you're going up against the idiots in chat, with players in control of the bat areas, the pencil player falling asleep onto the towers. They clear the second checkpoint. Bouncing off, though, opting to say, hey, Mario, you stay up there and Shark. Let's set a trap. I'll make sure we have control of mid. And, it looks like they found the weasel in the hen house, but doesn't go down without a fight, getting a trade with the blaster. But, hey, look, now it's just Div 5 who's left on their own, and now mid is going to go into control of Splatoon 4. This might be their best chance at getting back into this one, now that they have the bubble instead of the splashdown.
Yeah, now this bubble being placed in a great position to create so much space for Splatoon 4 here, as now they're past that first checkpoint. Already on the bats here, you see now the Zap just trying to fight with their Rapid Blaster on this left side, seeing if they can hold this space. This fight's going to be key. However, on the other side, you see the Trip Strikes going out will force everyone back, and now in a 2-down situation, Splatoon 4 will have to fall back here as the idiots in chat will reclaim this, and Keeley, the second checkpoint, will not be popped.
I love the speed coming out from Splatoon 4. I love how fast they recognized, hey, the window's open for us. Let's immediately push up and get into the right position of getting into that upper bats area. And I love the fits from the idiots in chat even more. Making sure they got all their teammates together, attacking the bats, and start clearing out their way towards that checkpoint. And actually saving that second checkpoint. That's huge for them, as now they're going to start adding to their lead right here as we approach the halfway mark. Xyler trying to get atop this left side with a Crab. A great position to have a Crab. And a great use of a bubble as well to just completely neutralize that Crab. However, everybody else from the side of Splatoon 4 has been eliminated. In fact, that is a delayed wipeout. And now, if we could get somebody on the tower. There we go.
There we go indeed, and now the points are still ticking down. This lead is growing and growing here. Now you have an opportunity to now threaten this third checkpoint as well. Xyler is almost to a Crab. If they can position themselves well, 2 players fall on the side of Splatoon 4, their key frontline weapons, and now a great opportunity could introduce itself. You see Xyler with this Crab in such a difficult position to deal with. You're basically pinning down all these members of Splatoon 4. The point total is still going slowly but steadily, but no one's quite yet on the tower now, just dancing around that tower as everything in the kitchen sink is being thrown at 10. Now looking, threatening a knockout here. Can it happen? Just 3 away here as fierce fighting as everybody on both teams just jump on the tower, but eventually it will go into idiots in chat's favor now with 2 straight wins, threatening the gentleman's sweep.
I wondered when the referee was going to step in and call that fight, because it was looking pretty ugly. Ever since the second checkpoint got saved by the idiots in chat, they just dominated over the course of that. They're starting to look like a team that's going to win this tournament at this point. Splatoon 4 has to win 2 in a row just to force a bracket reset. It's going to be... They don't really have a lot of options to go with as far as counterpicks is concerned. They can't go back to Splat Zones. This is the last mode they won on. It's the only mode they've been able to beat the idiots in chat on over the course of the last 2 sets they played against them. That one didn't go well at all. That counterpick did not go well at all. They had some windows there. They moved quickly, but the idiots in chat looked way more comfortable and just having a little bit too much fun at the end of that set as well to close it out. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is, but again, they've been throwing a lot of different looks at the idiots in chat. Maybe they could cook up one more special comp to at least force a game 5 here, but the idiots in chat are looking really good. They're looking really good right now.
For sure. There's one element that you need, and it's the element of surprise. If you are the idiots in chat, they will go to Clam Blitz Museum. Finally, a Clam Blitz map will be played here, and I believe the key thing as well to take away from idiots in chat winning that game 3 is now the advantage in terms of counter picks are in their favor. Now, this is the last counter pick that really Splatoon 4 can put here, because even if they win this one, the idiots in chat get the final say on the final map here. So they need to make this one count, and they definitely need to really just play to their strengths here. I mean, I could imagine yet again seeing that Recycle Umbrella return for that splashdown there, but you really just need to play to how you were playing. You need to rekindle that magic that we saw in Splatzone's Mako Mart.
Yeah, hard to do on a mode like this. By the way, where's the one person in chat who should be thrilled to pieces at what's going on right here? You've been in chat all weekend long, and now you finally get what you've been looking for, and you're not even here? What a scam that is. If there was somebody named Rainmaker in our chat, they would have shown up and showed out in game 2. But I guess you're just a fake fan. So be it.
I'm looking for you. Where are you? I know you're here. I saw you earlier, but anyways, we're going to shift away from that. I'll keep an eye on that, but we're going to jump into it now. Set point and low ink tournament point here for the idiots in chat. Will they be crowned your 2025 March low ink champions? We'll just have to wait and see here. Last opportunity for Splatoon 4 to really recollect yourself here. We're taking a look at the comps, and we're seeing no Recycle Umbrella. We are in fact now seeing actually a rain brush? Octobush?
I think they're just kind of thinking with the beacons. And I don't know why they think they can shark right there, even though they put a beacon. Like, all the enemy team has to do is look at the map, and they're going to see you're right there. Okay? So, but eventually they are going to start pushing up on the enemy side of the plat. Going to the right side. Hacklebob trying to get a splat onto the pencil. It's not going to happen right there. But, yeah, we got a brush versus brush battle out here. Here is the card, and it's just going to be a question of can they find ways to get beacons pushed up. But right now they only got one in one corner spot, so that's not going to help them out too much at this point.
Yes, here and now in a 2-down situation here, being forced back. Splatoon 4 will have to just try to keep control of this ball, but unfortunately it is taken out. You see the bucket and the rest of the idiots in chat now on the spinner, just threatening so much. It is Crab as well, making the situation very, very dire as the first basket will be scored. The barrier is broken, yes, but will there be any follow-up? There is a little bit of follow-up here. You see Zyler on this right side also has 4 clams to their name. Will they be able to make it to the barrier? No, not in time. So a lead will be had. Yes, the first push is successful, but it's not a lead that is impossible to come back from, especially since you have that pity clam now. And I kept my eye on chat. There is Clam Blitz.
It's not the greatest push in the world, and it's not really a score you're going to be thrilled about. But if I'm the idiots in chat, I'm thinking, okay, we still have control of mid, and we're still taking the fight on the enemy side of the map, and we're still winning this fight. This is it was a great situation to be in. I'm a Div 5 holding down mid with their pencil as Splatoon 4 has to figure out a way to deal with that, as there's another Zipcaster ready to go. By the way, Mario Zipcasters have been they've been perfecto over the course of this entire set so far. And here comes yet another one.
Yep, might be role-playing Spider-Man here, going around. We'll get that trade. You will take that any day of the week here, but now back fast with that cooler as well. A little bit of a player advantage, especially since I'm a Div 5. We'll take out Tetra there. Moving forward here, just slowly but surely. Trip strikes out as well. I love the collective use of specials back to back to back, creating so much space for the idiots in chat there, and now down to 67. However, you see on the other side, Splatoon 4 have been really effective at least keeping the points total to a minimum here. Now being forced back are the idiots in chat as Splatoon 4 move up slowly but surely in this Hatsune Miku color.
Zyler getting a little greedy right there. They had an opportunity to throw like one more clam, and instead they died before they could throw any. That might open up the door for Splatoon 4 to get back into the action here. You see the idiots forced to play a little bit of defense right here. How do you do that? That doesn't make any sense physically, and yet here we are. The idiots in chat bounce back after losing control of mid. You blink and then they reclaim it immediately. 2 minutes left to go.
Yes, slowly but surely. It has all been so far idiots in chat, constantly being able to keep up the pressure here. If you're on the other side of the Splatoon 4, just take things one push at a time. You need to take it in steps here. Mario going in. Zipcaster quickly shot down though. And now you see an opportunity for potentially Splatoon 4 to hold them in their tracks, as actually 2 players will fall in total. The bucket, the slosher is found. And now this is the push you need. Splatoon 4 need to make this push count because it is 100% doable. You want to typically be under that 60-point total to prevent yourself from just immediately being counterattacked by a pity ball and another ball that is being formed here. So we'll just have to wait and see if they can break through.
Yeah, as much as this has been all idiots in chat for the first 4 minutes, it really doesn't take much for this lead to flip at all. And there goes another Zipcaster gets canceled before it can start doing damage. And if you weather the storm of these ink strikes, which it looks like the Inzap didn't, there was a window there, but it got closed rather quickly, and that's just going to be a waste of a clam right there, because you're still going to have to throw in essentially 2 on the back end on your other push here, because you're going to get penalty points on top of this. A wasted opportunity by Splatoon 4. That might cost them the tournament.
Hopefully not. I mean, I like the vision of it, but I mean, if you want this to go to Game 5, you need to go right back in there with another ball that has been formed. Not only that, you have given a pity clam to the other side here, so even if you get this, you will be forced on this defense. 20 seconds left. Maybe they are waiting for overtime here, or maybe they're just going in now. Hackabab found one. Lupico on the top here from the top row. No one's looking up there as they will manage to take that lead. 10 seconds left, now down to 49. What a lead it has been made. Now Hackabab will jump out. Will unfortunately be taken out before they can here, but trying to get some exiting picks before then. That is now a delayed wipe here. Tetra really being the only player left in position, still managing to find some picks here, but you need to go now if you're the idiots in chat.
And there was a window for them to do so because they were, oh man, Splatoon 4 was feeding at that final opportunity right there, but I don't think they're going to get back in time. The idiots in chat had this tournament wrapped up, but it's not going to happen just now. A Game 5 is forced by Splatoon 4.
The suspense is brewing. It is continued, and that is the adaptation you want. That is what you want right there from Splatoon 4. We were both talking about it. It just takes one push there, and that is not a very safe lead, but it was eventually taken on that second attempt there by Splatoon 4, managing to find their way in. And what great positioning, by the way, for that player up the top, out of harm's way. No one really paying attention to them. I believe that was the Splash player up there, just managing to throw all those clams in, just being able to steal that game. But now we move on to Game 5 here. Still, the idiots in chat have one last opportunity to just end things straight out here, and I mean, they have the counter pick to do so as well.
I thought this tournament was over. I legit thought the idiots were about to win. As we're looking at the replay, at least a little bit delayed on your guys' side, from what I'm talking about right there. But somehow just the little pathway in front of the spinner just completely opened up. Just like for free. Just walk right on up and throw the clam in there. And even though I was critical that they didn't get lead off the one push they got, because I thought that was the only one they were going to get, they were able to find a way to get another set kind of set up for them, or another push kind of set up for them. And really, when they popped the basket, they just had to throw in like 3 clams, and they did more than just that. Like, even if that was just one push, they would have got the lead off of that. But again, the idiots in chat, yes, they dominated map control for the vast majority of the game, but because they couldn't get a lot of value out of their pushes, it left that door open for Splatoon 4 to get back into this one. Dipgate Cargo Company is the counter pick that's coming out here. This is Game 1 that they played in Winners Finals, I believe. I'll double check that. I think this is a rematch. No, it's not. They haven't played here yet. So this is a new map and mode between these two teams.
Yes, but what a mode it is. Another classic, really, in terms of how each team likes to play here. But if you're on the side of Churi, I mean, if you're on the side of Splatoon 4, excuse me, I mean, you did run that Recycle Umbrella. Up until this point, you finally switched off, and then that Octobrush seemed to work a little bit better here. So, do you switch to Octobrush, or do you go back to your classic, I mean, of that Recycle Umbrella? I like Splashdown a lot here, but We won't even have time to really discuss things. We're just going to jump straight into Game 5 here. A lot on the line here. If you are idiots in chat, you want to just end it right here. You do not want to go to a bracket reset here. One last opportunity here from the side of Splatoon 4 to contest things. We will see an Octobrush instead of that Recycle Umbrella, but besides that, same comps coming out from Game 4.
They really want to make use of those beacons. I wasn't really paying attention to the beacons toward the end. Maybe that played a role in them getting back into the opportunity to get a push off so quickly towards the end of that set right there. But that's going to be key for them. Can they put the beacons down? Can they keep the attention split from the idiots in chat to where they have to do all these things? Look at that decaf just going in, going all the way to the enemy side of the base. Ultimately, at least keeps a fight away from things here in the early going. And this brush is going to throw down some rain and trying to stay alive. Some interesting aggression coming out here from Splatoon 4 as I choke on my water. Excuse me.
It happens. I did it earlier, but now we see Mario here already in so far, just already being able to create so much presence as we see now being forced back. Splatoon 4 have been beaten back, but still they have a lot of opportunity to get back in here, especially if you get that opening pick onto that Octobrush. That is a frontliner down, and especially denying that crab as well as the splash falls. Now a great opportunity to get back into control of the zone. You need to paint it. There you go. Now in control of the zone. An easy lead switch can happen here. They just need to hold for one more team fight. You see that bucket down there on that right side has trip strikes available. Not in a position to really use it right now, but finally backing off, and there are the strikes.
They can weather those strikes right now. Splatoon 4 would be in a good situation to get an extended lockout going here. And it looks like the answer is yes. 2 players going down from the idiots. Nut Buddy's not going to survive Hackle Bob's blast long enough. Now they got the lead. No penalty points to chew through, and they got some soda to work with as well. It's just a crab and a zipcaster here coming out from the idiots in chat. Does get a trade off of that, but they're going to want more than just a trade. Here comes the Ink Strikes on top of the zone yet again, but 3 more players. That's a wipeout, and they're not going to have any specials left to go. Oh no! Splatoon 4 is going to force a bracket reset unless the idiots in chat can pull off a miracle here.
I have seen crazier things happen here. The time ticking down, 15 seconds left. Mario has picked up Cooler. You need to go in eventually. Zipcaster is almost ready, but will you have time? No, quickly. And already intentions have been found, and what a counter that was, being able to win on Idiots in Chat's counter pick. What do you know? We're going to a bracket reset here.
Oh no. Oh no. And you know what's going to sting? They were 20 seconds away in Game 4 from being done right now. And now they have to play an entire set all over again after just getting absolutely steamrolled out of nowhere in Game 5. That one wasn't competitive at all. Once they got control of the zone, they just took care of business and forced the bracket reset. Now, the idiots in chat have been in this situation before. They were the team that was coming in from the loser side back in December against Flipside. They forced a bracket reset against Flipside and then saw Flipside flip the switch and take care of business then. The idiots in chat have seen this story play out, but now they're on the opposite side of things. They've seen a team respond against them. Can they pull it off and rewrite history into their favor this time around? But man, Splatoon 4... that is how you go into a bracket reset if you're on the loser side. Just absolutely curb stomp an opponent in Game 5. That's a momentum builder.
Again, not to sound like a broken record, on their counter pick as well. To go in and do that is just awesome for them. And now they have an opportunity here to win. Game number 1, Splat Zone's Umami Ruins will be our game, but this will be technically Game 10 between both these teams. I mean, in total, 9 games have already been played between both these sides. They are all so familiar with each other now. I'm sure there will be barely any changes. We've barely seen any changes during this. Really, the only changes we've seen is Churi going away from the Recycle to that Octobrush here. I would imagine now just keep with the hot hand, keep with that here. But will it come into factor? I mean, this, like you mentioned, the Squid Beacons have been proving to be similar to like the effect of a Cooler here, being able to not only just keep getting these players into the thick of battle, but just being able to hold positions is just really, really underrated.
So some updates from the Vegas odds. Those of you who put 75,000 on the idiots in chat versus the 4,000 that got put on Splatoon 4. Don't tell your wives how you just blew all your money on the idiots in chat. And a lot of you are doubling down. Idiots in chat, 52,000 to Splatoon 4's 11,000 in this bracket reset that we're going here. Splat Zone Shumami Ruins. Burn through those channel points, baby. You can't take them with you into the afterlife. Might as well spend them here. And I think you're right. They're just going to say, you know what? Let's just keep using this. Brellas were cool, but it's winning time. Let's go to the Octobrush Nouveau and just beacon these guys to death.
Beacon them to death for sure, and that rain will definitely help with the paint as well, covering a little bit from the weakness of really what you are running a brush here. But you see already, both sides will manage to take their home zones, but really being quickly turned around there as 2 players will fall in total from Splatoon 4. Idiots in chat back into business saying, all right, no more funny business. We're just going to take things here. That previous loss hurt, but we're just going to try our best here to get through this. You see Churi on this right side, forcing the player to jump away, but now, so far, in strong control of the zone, idiots in chat are just working right back to business.
As long as they can keep I'm a Div 5, Oma Zim, on this little top pedestal, they're going to be in a good situation. But right now, they forced them to retreat, and now the fight to keep their player alive has jumped to them. Looks like they're going to land safely. But right now, Splatoon 4 is in a good situation to start pushing up. But look at Nutbuddy here on the backside. Now starting to make their presence known to attack the zone. I wonder if they wanted to shark a little bit more and wait for a free splat to come their way. Instead, they're just going to take one, ultimately getting a trade and splitting attention for the rest of the team, as the idiots in chat did get control of the zone. I mean, if you blinked, you missed it because they immediately lost it as well.
Yeah, right back into it. Although a brief opportunity, a window was opened here. Splatoon 4 still now continuously ticking down the timer here. You have trip strikes available. You also have Crab now being unloaded, and now all the specials being popped by the idiots in chat. Still not enough to get the zone quite yet, as you see still desperate fighting on the side of Splatoon 4. Still managing actually to thwart that attack. Really nicely done there. Still have not been able to get that lead though, but now eventually we'll take that lead as Churi finds 2 and assisting on a 3rd as well.
The ink strikes thrown by Nutbuddy. You saw that 3rd one. They were trying to just get complete control of the back zone. Just couldn't really chuck it far enough to cap on the backside. And now the lead, and basically we picked up right where we left off in the other game. But it looks like some of the specials coming online, Mario Zipcaster being used as well, has not been as effective as what it had been earlier in the previous set these 2 teams played against each other. But now, who's going to come away with this one? Is it going to be idiots in chat? Are we kind of stalled out here in a 1v2 situation? Is Mario going to be a little bit more patient than Nutbuddy was and get a free splat on this shark right here? They have no idea.
There it is. Yeah, finding 1, almost finding a 2nd, but we'll take that beacon and we'll fall in that trade there. Still, though, worst case scenario has been avoided, but now penalty is almost out for idiots in chat. Now they can continue to keep going here. You see the desperate throws from Splatoon 4 to just try to get into the zone, but now that's a 2-player down situation. On the other side, you have the idiots in chat really settling themselves. You have the trip trace going out right now, as well as the Crab also online, just waiting for an opportunity. Mario's just going in, managing to find 1, trying to get this another one as well. Unfortunately, will overheat on that, but the lead will be taken by the idiots in chat.
If they could find a way to get the KO right here, that'd be huge going into this set. They really just got to focus on one side of the zone, make sure that they don't lose that long enough for them to get a couple of splats, and it looks like this left side zone will not fall. Unless it does, somehow everybody gets eliminated, except for Div 5. Man, what does it take to knock these guys out? Something has, a flip has been switched for Splatoon 4. They are very scrappy right now.
Coming back with a vengeance. Don't count them out quite yet. They have Decav's bubble up, but on the other side, the Crab still in the pocket of that splash, just waiting for a golden opportunity to use it. You see Mario going in with that Zipcaster, will be found out and taken out. Zyler here on this left side will pop that Crab now, trying to threaten that mid and that left zone here, just trying to divert attention to painting the zone, but still strong presence by Splatoon 4 in both of the zones there. Managing to dance on this spine and still taking pigs. Churi is here with the brush, managing to find Zyler before being taken out by the pen, and this lead can easily be switched, Pop Gun, but hold on, I'm a Div 5, managing to find a trade here. 15 ticks, now 16 ticks actually left on the side of Splatoon 4.
What? This is... Okay. Let's just take a moment. Let's just kind of breathe as we go into the final 30 seconds right now. surely they're going to plant the zone. You pick one zone, the other one gets swapped. They're just playing tug of war right here. Are we going to spend the next 20 seconds doing this? Exactly. Oh, no, they do. They put the penalty points on them. They put the penalty points on them. And now Splatoon 4 has an opportunity with one more push to try to get things going. The idiots in chat really need the Zipcaster to land into their favor, but they got a Crab and Ink Strike to work with as well. Here comes all the specials on top. There goes Mario diving in, eliminated yet again, and the Ink Strikes don't do anything. It's going to come down to this Crab from Xyler. Can they find a way to get a splat or something else? But they might eliminate Xyler before they can even pop it off. Oh no, the penalty points are gone. No Crab! No Crab! And now the penalty points are gone as well. Are you kidding me? Oh, they're going to win this one too!
Wait, hold on, not yet. There's 1 point left. Xyler, the last hope, unfortunately not able to get in time, and you kind of think that if you had that Crab with Xyler, that you would have used it on that right side to maybe hold something, but Keeley snuffed out, and really nicely done by Splatoon 4 to know what the only threat they have left to pose to them is that Crab moving to that left side, trying to contest that left side zone again, unable to get over there, and that was highway robbery if I've ever seen at Splatoon 4. That was desperate painting we saw for like a solid minute straight onto both of those zones, but somehow Splatoon 4 comes out on top.
I was just about to set up how Idiot Nation was going to come out of that one being able to breathe, like saying, okay, with how Game 5 ended in that last set, you come back, you win a scrappy Game 1, that resets the tone for everything. But now if you're the idiots in chat, you're like, man, we just got blown out, and then we just, for whatever reason, can't put this team away all of a sudden. And yeah, the end game was a little, look, it's tough to make the right decisions in this kind of environment. This is more high pressure than some tournaments they'll play in after they get banned from low ink, which is weird to say, but it's true. They were trying to find the right spot to put that Crab, but the reason they had to rely on that Crab is because the Ink Strikes and the Zipcaster just didn't work. They tried using them in tandem, but the Zipcasters, the difference so far in this set, from what I can tell, Splatoon 4 has just taken the Zipcaster out of the play. I mean, earlier in the last set, Mario was just hockey checking people left and right and just doing whatever they wanted to do, causing attention to be split in multiple different ways. Splatoon 4 is just taking the Zipcaster out of the game, and they don't really have an answer for that. So yeah, it came down to the Crab, but it should not have come down to the Crab. And there should have been a KO earlier as well. The Splatoon 4 just hanging around, just being as annoying as possible and putting themselves in position to get the KO or at least get the leads flipped back into overtime. Now it's the idiots in chat all of a sudden having to find answers.
Right.
And they're running out of time to do so.
Right, and I agree with you on that. It's not like the idiots in chat made these like devastating mistakes. It's just Splatoon 4 was able to make these wonderful plays. We saw there 3 specials at the end to be able to take them, and like you mentioned, finding that answer. Churi, I feel like time and time again has been able to shut down that Zipcaster. It seems like they've always been in a position to just counteract them with their own ink brush there, but yeah, just able to paint over those strikes, able to shut down that Zipcaster. 1, 2, 3, no more win for you. And now we are waiting here, just waiting for the idiots in chat to see what they're going to be cooking up on their counter picks. Taking a little bit of time here, just trying to deeply think about this. And it looks like counter pick is in. It's going to be Tower Control Hagglefish.
So let me re-look at the winner side of the thing. Okay, so no, they haven't picked this before. In fact, in the winner's side, they did not play Tower Control. They did win on Art Academy. So like the last win they got was Tower Control Art Academy. And I like the fact that they're not just go, well, we won Art Academy, let's just go back to Art Academy. No, they're going to Hagglefish now. But it's the mode that they just recently won on. And if there's anything they need right now, it is a comfort map and mode. Get a win, tie up the set, and try to stop this mountain that is just continually rolling down mountains don't roll down hills, do they? I guess that would be a rock that would roll down the hill. It feels like a mountain at this point. It definitely feels like a mountain.
Yeah, and you touched on it a little bit earlier by saying like these have been tough back-to-back losses for the idiots in chat, but you just got to take it one game at a time. Mentality is such a
This should have been over.
Yeah.
This should have been done at game 4. Like, that's what's so frustrating from the Idiots side, is they're probably thinking, like, I can't believe we're still playing this game right now.
Right. And you're down now in this bracket reset, but you can't think about this now. You fought so many teams already to make it here, just one stands before you. And still, we know what these teams are going to run. I'm going to be genuinely surprised here if they run anything else. We still see the same thing from Splatoon 4 on the other side by the idiots in chat. Still same thing. I believe the Octobrush has now switched to mirror Churi's brush.
Yes, beacon on beacon. I like that adjustment. Maybe not so much because like they think the comp's gonna work out better for them, but they're probably just saying, you know what, these zip casters are not working. Let's at least just throw rain across the map, give us a little bit of extra space to run down. And yeah, if the beacons work out, the beacons work out. But I think they made that switch exclusively just to say, our zip caster's not working. Let's try something else. I like the adjustment there.
Sure here now, continuously trying to get into the zone. You see now Crab will be placed already now on the side of Idiots in Chat in the zone. 2 players in the tower, 2 players are down for the side of Splatoon 4, and this is the opening you want for the Idiots in Chat. You want to get the first score here, you want to get this first checkpoint. Even if you don't get much further than this first checkpoint, it's one step at a time here, as that second checkpoint is going to be really, really deadly. But now, looking promising here, as I'm going to do 5, just chilling on this, living scot-free, and there's the first checkpoint.
Yeah, but unfortunately there is no scot-free because they know how the last game ended. There's no such thing as a lead against Splatoon 4 anymore until the time is completely gone. But still, great opening for the Idiots. Get past the first checkpoint, 44 remaining. They don't get to the second checkpoint, but they are doing a good job defensively as well, starting to clean this up. Mario making the adjustment to the other brush now, realizing, let me just get out of there, start setting up. Got ink strikes ready to go as well. But the question for Splatoon 4 is, how are you going to break out of this lockout in mid? Are you going to start controlling the flanks on the left side? Double teaming the slosher is a good start for it. Eliminating the brush as they're trying to flee is a great way as well. But now you need somebody up front to start clearing the path.
Curry just going absolutely bonkers. They're just running straight at the Idiots in Chat, managing to find space, and not only that, managing to find picks. You see they're on that left side, quickly traded out. Hagglebomb nicely found there, as now 2 players down in total for the Idiots in Chat as Splatoon 4 slowly moves forward. Bubble has been placed, already been shredded, but so is the cooler as well. 3 players in total on the side of Splatoon 4. We'll get that cooler, and now this crucial checkpoint 2. It's so difficult to deal with. A key pick by Lupical will take out Zyler, and that will be a lead now in favor of Splatoon 4 with only half the game to be played.
Yeesh. Are they going to clear this checkpoint, though? That'd be more deadly than just the lead at this point. And they are. Oh, they're going to get more than just the checkpoint. They're going to get more than just that. I'm a Div 5 fighting for their life, trying to avoid this rapid blaster. And they get splatted on top of it anyways. Another checkpoint goes down. Oh, my. 1 player left alive. And now it's up to the Idiots in Chat to see if they could be the scrappy team to come from behind here. Because, man, 3 checkpoints in one fell swoop. And 2 minutes left to go.
You still have 2 minutes left. You still have the time, but those 2 checkpoints that remain are tough checkpoints to really deal with, especially since you have the team being able to position themselves on the right side moving forward, but you just gotta gradually move towards it. This first by taking mid. You see Churi there in a great position, managing to take out Zyler. Could be able to turn the pen. The decap unable to get that pick there. As you see, Tetra also as well trying to move in, but unfortunately taken out on that side. 2 players being lost from both sides as the tower is still moving towards Idiots in Chat side of the map. Splatoon 4 is not giving up. They're just trying to go straight for the knockout here.
Play like the team that is losing right now. Look at that's where you should be with that thing. That is not where you go right there. How are you getting away with this? And now you're just going to take more fights and back everybody off. With that blaster right there, you just can't stand on that ledge. You have to funnel down into a trap. But good job from the Idiots in Chat to keep this one alive. At least I think they are. Hacklebob going all over the place. Splatoon 4, who was dead to rights in this tournament, now 1 game away from pulling off a win from the loser side of the bracket. Something we haven't seen in I don't know how long in Lowing.
And more impressively, they might do it in a sweep as well if they can take this next one. Now, idiots in chat have to pull off a reverse sweep to save this one, and what a game that was, but kind of a punch in the mouth there for idiots in chat, because that's what you wanted at the beginning. This is your counter pick. You had a great opening, managing to get it to that second checkpoint, and then Splatoon 4 just took a look at you and said, yeah, I can do that too, but better. And they just took it all the way. 3 checkpoints popped and threatening down to 3. And a little bit of more flavor as well to just end that in a knockout. I mean, now, this is it here. I mean, Splatoon 4, 1 game away, just 1 match away. This is the time for the idiots in chat. This has clearly not been working well for you now. You need to change something up. We could see an overhaul here of their kind of strategy as they, yet again, have a counter pick, but this is a deep hole to get yourself out of.
So we do have a change coming. At least one player has left the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
And the idiots in chat do have 6 players on their roster. So let's look at the lobby. So Tetra's in, Lup, Churi, and Hackle Bob. Okay, so Splatoon 4's got their 4 players in. By the way, if Splatoon 4 wins, there'll be another rare opportunity where only 4 players win a low ink with just a roster of 4. But right now, the idiots in chat might be subbing a player out to make room for someone else. Mario's still in. Amadiv 5 is still in. Zyler's still in. So that would be their... Oh, Nut Buddy's gone. That was their slosher.
Interesting.
So let me hop in the chat, see what they're trying to do here with that. But yeah, we do have a little bit of a comp change potentially coming into this next game. Oh, or what? Oh, so so we're gonna be. The room has been closed because they forgot what the password was. So they're going to remake the room so that we can make a new password so that we can join back in. So that is why there's a little bit of delay here going into this next game.
I mean, you can tell at this point that both these teams have been fatigued, have been exhausted, and that's why I like this switch up for idiots in chat to get a fresh player in. And I've seen it happen before, like at the end of a bracket reset, a reverse sweep happened because one of the teams that was down 0-2 was able to switch in a player, and then they just got a new burst of energy. But I mean, do not underestimate it. These tournaments can be grueling here, and so many matches have been played. Both these teams have been through the gauntlet here, so you just gotta get whatever you have left in the tank and just roll with it, especially if you're an idiots in chat side.
Yeah, so I think we are having, unless Sunflowers is somebody completely different. It looks like Sunflowers, the person who's trying to come in here, in place of the slosher. But again, we still don't have a counter pick, so we don't really know what mode they're looking to go with here. But I guess yeah, so Sun is coming in, and Sun is their Splatling player. Is that true? I think I remember seeing that earlier in the set. But they are bringing in Sun in place of their slosher. So what is Div 5 going to be doing? Are they still going to be doing Pencil? And more importantly, what is their counter pick going to be? I'm assuming they have a specific counter pick for Sun that they want to use, but right now the question is, can we just get people into the lobby and get this set continuing to go along?
We're seeing a little bit of deja vu here. Counter pick in. It is Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. This game was already played earlier in grand finals there with obviously a lot of success going into the favor of idiots in chat here, but a little bit of a comp switch will mean something different. If I'm not mistaken, I'm going to speculate a little bit. Sun is their flex player, and I'm just looking at their Sendu. They have S-Blast on there. I would not mind that choice either. Just for
on tower control?
Yes.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, though, like, okay, so we don't really know if they specifically want to sub a player out, or if it's just been so late that somebody's like, hey, I gotta go to work, or like my whoever's telling me I gotta stop playing or something like that. I don't know. But regardless, Sun is in, the slosher player is out. We're going back to Tower Control Art Academy. This is literally the last map and mode that the idiots in chat won on, and it wasn't even close. They absolutely curb stomped this one. But keep in mind, that was with a slosher. An S-Blast would be nice here. Blaster on Tower Control. But Nutbuddy was huge in that last win, able to get control of key spaces alongside Mario, whose Zipcasters were working back then. But it's so weird to say this, but it is true. We are once again at tournament points, but this time around it is Splatoon 4 who's one game away from claiming it.
I hope no one took a break, like 20 minutes from the stream and came back, because this is an entirely different situation now. You do see Sun on that S-Blast. I love that choice here. Same comp coming out from Splatoon 4. It has gotten them to this point, match point, tournament point, a lot on the line here. Can Sun be the difference maker for the idiots in chat?
They're going to have to be, and working alongside Mario is going to be key for that. The Zipcaster's coming back out as well. Both those players on that left side of the stack, and I like the Ink Strikes coming out with that as well to kind of guide their way into that fight. Keep in mind, we don't know how fresh Sun is. Like, everybody's been playing at least 7 games here up to this point. And now Sun's coming off the bench, might be a little bit rusty coming into this one, has no time to get adjusted because that first checkpoint is starting to fall, and now you got the brush set up on the enemy flat as well until they decided to just give up that space for some reason. But nobody's getting splatted on the side of Splatoon 4 as this second checkpoint's going to go away for free.
Yeah, it is now in a very threatening situation. Now, up until that third checkpoint as well, the GG strikes will go out to at least delay it a little bit, but an incoming rain will cause some pressure. Now, Zyler will find Lupico on this Bats, trying to take this fight with the Decaf as well, but the Decaf will put up that bubble, so annoying to deal with here. But eventually the bubble will be shredded, the Decaf will be forced back, and that push will be halted, at least momentarily, for Splatoon 4, but still a lot of map presence in their favor.
I mean, we've been here before. We thought the tournament was over before. Splatoon 4 had something to say about that. Now can the idiots in chat start to respond? The problem is it is still a yellow mid, and the tower is going to be going right back to where it was before. And this just buys more time for more beacons to get set up, more things that are just going to slow down the idiots in chat as they try to bounce their way back into mid here. One player goes down from each side of things as I'm a Div 5 trying to get that last flat on so they can start riding the tower. Nice focus. Hey, open up the map. Open up your map, kids. That probably saved them from a brush attacking them from the backside. Not you, Ink Fair. I know you got a good side of things, but thank you.
I'm sure, yes. And now an opportunity here for the idiots in chat to get in another attack. Finally, another Zipcaster will be found. Not quite much success has been found on that Zipcaster. 3 players fall in total. Hold on there for Splatoon 4 here. So now we could see an easy checkpoint number 2 being popped. Someone needs to be on the tower. There you go. Finally, someone is on the tower. However, Churi has something to say about this. They've been pivotal in countering Mario Zipcasters, but not only that, been able to take out several players, managing to find 2 before they're taken out, and now under halfway left into this match and a very strong lead for Splatoon 4 here, especially since the idiots in chat haven't been able to get that second checkpoint.
Sun put into a very tough situation right here. Come off the bench and help us win in a must-win situation. Is trying to get into those right scenarios, the right side ledge area right there so they can start attacking the enemy plat. But credit to Splatoon 4 for not making mistakes, not surrendering control of their plat, and making sure that this mid is stayed yellow this entire time, and more beacons being put up, more things that are just going to eat away at the time that is left onto the clock. That's all you got to do if you're Splatoon 4 here. Keep map control, keep the specials ready to go, and make them burn everything just to get back into control of mid. 1:30 left to go. Still only down by 1 checkpoint, mind you, so it's not impossible for the idiots to come back in this one, but it's not looking good. And there you go. You lose one side of one corner and you get punished for it.
Churi has been an absolute menace for the side of Splatoon 4, just being able to find these key picks. Sun goes down now as well, and the tower will remain in mid. Mind you, this will obviously favor Splatoon 4. They just have to just play keep away during this entire time, but now it is the idiots in chat's turn to get yet another second wind here to try to push into the side of Splatoon 4. You see the bombs being thrown out now. Cooler's almost online. Will not be popped in time as Sun, now with the last special alive for the side of idiots in chat, will go out, yes, but won't quite find much value as that is a delayed wipe. Now 40 seconds left, time running down and time running out for the idiots in chat to stay into this. They have so much to do left.
30 seconds left to go. And we got a potential sweep from the team coming in from the loser's side, unless the idiots in chat can pull off something. And we've been asking that question for the past 4 games. The answer's been no, but they got one last opportunity. Here comes the Zipcaster along the right side, trying to create some sort of chaos and try to find some return of form for what they had earlier in the set. The answer is no, but they don't get splatted. Sun and Mario trying to get up onto the enemy plat, as Zyler's going to be stuck onto that tower. 2 players going down. I don't think there's a way they can get back into this one right now. Splatoon 4, who was dead to rights in this tournament, somehow has found a way to win low ink from the loser's side.
What an accomplishment. Hardly fought games between both these sides. I mean, in total, hold on, how many was that? It was 4, 7, 9, 12 total games between 3 different sets here. And a little bit of a surprise based on how Grand Finals turns out. Clean sweep in bracket reset. Splatoon 4. We win? Yep, you just did. Low Ink, March 2025. Congratulations.
That is... I feel so bad for the idiots in chat. Not because I personally care who wins or loses this tournament, but just the way that they lost is heartbreaking. And them of all teams know how difficult it is to get back to Grand Finals. It took them 4 months just to get back here, just to run into another team that literally refused to lose. Splatoon 4 literally was just we are not losing this tournament, even when we probably should have. And you're going to go back to that Clam Blitz, the last 20 seconds, the last minute, actually, of that Clam Blitz game, the only Clam Blitz game played in this Grand Finals. And if you're the idiots chat, you're going to be looking at that and say, how did we let this one slip away? And how did we never reestablish control of ourselves after that? It's credit to Splatoon 4. One of the scrappiest teams I think we've ever seen in low ink. And okay, somebody dumped a ton of points in Splatoon 4 towards the end of that, because right there in the bracket reset, most channel points were on the idiots in chat. But somebody just dunked a whole lot of points and evened it out. But a lot of points changed hands there in the Splatoon point exchange.
Yep, somebody's definitely running out of Vegas, just getting the heck out of there as fast as they can, and I'm sure so is Splatoon 4. What a story that is. Coming in as the 4 seed, coming in as the underdogs, you've lost to them once in winner's bracket, you came back in Grand Finals, a very close 5-game set, and then to beat them on not only their counter pick, but a map that you lost in convincing fashion to as well, just shows the resilience of Splatoon 4. GG's to both these teams. They fought super, super hard for this one. And that was really, really entertaining to watch, if I do say so myself. That was probably, we weren't lying at the beginning of this. This has been one of the best matchups we've seen, at least in a while.
By the way, I was just looking back at the history of Splatoon 4's run in low ink. They lost to the idiots in chat yesterday as well. They played in the group stage and lost to them 1-2. So both teams are actually 2-2 against each other now at this point. So I think they should play a third set to determine who's the true champion of this tournament. But I think we've already found it there. Hats off to Splatoon 4. Hopefully the actual Splatoon 4 is as good as that team just played. I'm not putting all my eggs into that basket like all of you put channel points into the idiots in chat. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Before we sign off, hey, are you looking for something to do in the month of May? Something to do in person instead of just playing this game online with all the awkwardness that comes with that? MomoCon is going to take place on May 22nd through the 25th. There is a $1,000 pot prize, including commentary talent that is to be announced soon. It is a huge convention of 65,000 people in attendance in the year of 2024. Gigantic vendor artist alley, incredible panels, meet and greets with famous voice actors, spectacular cosplays, including Rocket, who's going to be there in a very cool cosplay. I don't want to spoil it just yet, but you'll see it there. The venue is in downtown Atlanta with easy access to food, shops, Olympic Park, etc. Easy access from Atlanta Airport by rail or car. Sign up by going to momocon.com or start.gg/momocon to get more information.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun there. I've seen a lot of cool stuff there. I mean, I've never been myself, but I've seen online just the absolute energy, and I mean, my first LAN was a couple weeks ago, and this is like 20 times like the scale of it. I mean, so many games like on your screen right there. Obviously, Splatoon 3 is what we're here for, but hey, like Popgun mentioned, there's so much for everybody, I'm sure, to really keep an eye out for. So yeah, go definitely sign up. Reminder, it happens from the 22nd to the 25th, so be an eye out for that. But I think that'll do it for us here at IPL, but of course, I think we always have our plugs at the end. I'm sure the people know where to find you, Popgun, but just as a reminder, where can the people find you?
You can find me downstairs dealing with whatever it is my son is doing right now. Literally sounds like Tarzan going through the jungle, so that can't be good. But you can also find me tomorrow on this very channel with the Popcast. We're going to be talking about Division X of Ludi Week 3, breaking that down. We're going to be talking about everything you just saw here on Low Ink, and we're going to be taking your calls as well. That's going to be 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 25 hours from now, if you're going through some sort of time change, whatever planet you're, or wherever you are on the planet right now. Rocket, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. You can find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitter. Not quite that active on Twitter, so Blue Sky is the place. But that'll be it for us here at IPL. Thank you all so much for watching this very, very wonderful edition of Low Ink. Thank you to Inkfair, as always, for being our wonderful streamer. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you in next month's Low Ink. So take care.